pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And D. McClellan, national anthem, whenever you're ready. Alrighty. Roll call verification of quorum. Jerry Ray.
Trainer,
Present.
Tribble,
Present.
Moda,
Present.
Kira,
Here.
Nimbargi, Donovan,
Here.
McClellan,
Present.
Millington,
Present.
Temple,
Present.
Kaposi, Caldwell,
Present.
Spalding,
Present.
Casteo,
Present.
Parmar,
Present.
Cantrell, Perry,
Present.
Shilla, Butler,
Present.
Batasia,
Present.
Simcoe, Wanjin,
Present.
Campbell, Domino, Foster,
Here.
McNutt,
Present.
Yalamanchili,
Present.
DeMarla, Patel,
Here.
Uchoa,
Here.
Burrell, Borges,
Here.
Barrickman, Almanar, Castellan, Hall,
Here.
Holmes, Platties,
Present.
Costas, Duke,
Present.
Saucedo, Tache. Okay. 29 out of 42 quorum is verified.
Alrighty. Before we move ahead, Vice Chair Bargy. Oh, you did? Oh, okay. Awesome. Alrighty. We're going to approve the minutes. Take a look at last meeting's minutes. Anything needs to be changed, let me know. If not, I will take a motion. Chair Temple.
I move to approve last meeting's minutes.
So a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Any objections? Seeing none. Approve the agenda. Take a look at the agenda tonight. Any questions? Let me know. If not, I will take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to approve tonight's agenda.
Motion to approve tonight's agenda. Any objections? Seeing none. Alrighty, open forum. And we actually have a special guest here with us tonight. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Muniz.
Good evening. Okay, we're on? Okay, well, let me thank Speaker Hall again. Thank you, senators, and thank you also to the Hispanic Latinx Caucus for facilitating my being here this evening. I'm here to provide updates to you all with regard to our Hispanic Serving Institution initiatives. I was reflecting this evening on my attendance here, and it was in 2018 that I first visited the Student Body Senate to introduce our work that we do here at UCF as a Hispanic serving institution. And so I have some exciting updates this evening to share with you all, which I hope you find exciting as well. But my point is I do want to ensure that you all are plugged in, that you're aware, and that you have the opportunity to ask questions and provide feedback as we move forward with this work. So I'm Dr. Cynthia Muñiz, as you see there on the slide, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the Director of HSI Initiatives and Partnerships here at UCF. Yes, oh, I think we're on. Not advancing. Oh, is that you? Is that someone in the back? Okay. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. So very quickly, I will try to keep this as uplifting as I can and not necessarily have it be more of a lecture, but just so that you're aware that we're all on the same page on what does it mean to be an HSI. I don't want to assume that everyone understands or that they know. And so basically, this is a federal designation that recognizes colleges and universities across the country who have an enrollment of 25% or more at the undergraduate level of students who identify as Hispanic, Latino, Latina, Latin, Latinx. I will use those terms interchangeably to ensure inclusivity. And also, there is a threshold of Pell eligible students or low income students. They look at university expenditures, and the US Department of Education has this formula who determines what institutions are classified as Hispanic serving institutions. We received that designation in 2019, and we've been able to maintain it every year. It is an annual designation. So based on what our numbers look like on an annual basis, we'll determine if we're officially recognized as an HSI. Big picture, UCF is fourth in the nation for bachelor's degrees awarded to Hispanic and Latinos. We are one of 3 Hispanic serving institutions in the state university system of Florida, and one of 21 who are Research 1, very high research activity, and HSIs. And we're very proud of that. And so there are 2 grant programs that the US Department of Education offers. Well, actually, there are 3, but there are 2 of the ones that are most common. It's Title V, Developing Hispanic Serving Institutions is one program, has a focus on undergraduate students in advancing, supporting Hispanic and low-income students. And so the point here is to enhance the academic offerings and program quality of the university overall, and then also to advance the academic progress and attainment of our Hispanic and low-income students. So I'm happy to share these slides so that you have them for future reference. I would prefer not to read through these, but just to give you a general sense of what these programs are meant to accomplish, what the goals are. And I'm really happy to announce, some of you may know this already, but we did receive our first Title V grant at the end of 2020 and September of 2020. And so I come before you all to share that and to personally share that news, that great news that we received. And so potencial is the Spanish word for potential, like unleashing potential. That's what we're all about here at UCF. And so potencial has a focus. What our goal for this grant is to expand and enhance institutional capacity to reduce the time to completion for our Hispanic and low-income students, and to get more students involved with high-impact practices, and to supply them with more resources and opportunities. And I'll share a little bit more about what that means. So here are the activities that were funded. We are going to develop a new high-impact practice scholars program. Again, we want to see more students involved with internships, undergraduate research, study abroad, service learning, etc. There's also an aspect of this of course designation. So we're going to work with faculty to incorporate that into their syllabi, into their classes as well. So some opportunities there for professional development. Success coaching for transfer students. We want to ensure that seamless transition, make sure that they're plugged into all of the resources right away. And then peer night coaches. Some of you might be peer night coaches in the room or have a friend who's a peer night coach. And so providing that additional support so you don't have to hear us talk about things all the time. You can talk to each other, share information with one another. Peer night coaches is another element. And then our Office for Latino Student Success, that is part of the Ginsberg Center for Inclusion and Community Engagement, is meant to provide holistic support for our students. There are also other offices that are a part of that, an Office for Black Student Success, for First Generation Student Success, LGBTQ+, and I'm missing one, and of course, and our Asian Student Success. So we have various offices that fall under the Ginsberg Center for Inclusion and Community Engagement. And for the purposes of this grant, our Latino Student Success is connected to the grant and this work. And then some other faculty development components there. The other program is promoting post-baccalaureate opportunities for Hispanic Americans. This grant is Title V Part B. It has a graduate focus, and we chose to write this proposal on graduate programs in nursing because we understand that there's a big need for more Hispanic Latinx representation in nursing. Also a need for Spanish language service, right, to care and healthcare in our local community, in our Central Florida area, and the state of Florida in general. And so we wrote for this grant as well. And so I present to you enfermería. Enfermería is the Spanish word for nursing. And then you have kind of the educating nurses for engagement, research, mentoring, excellence, and reinforcing interpretation access. So you can guess what the elements are to this grant. And so again, two components: increasing Hispanic Latinx representation in the nursing profession, and also increasing healthcare providers and nurses with Spanish language abilities, regardless, right, across all backgrounds. And so some of those activities, you can see here what is part of this grant. We are rolling out, I'll just hone in on a few of them, a new certificate program for Hispanic serving healthcare professionals. And so we were excited to introduce 2 new courses and develop this new certificate program. Again, a graduate certificate program to increase the number of Hispanic Latinx students in the graduate nursing programs, and also for an opportunity for all students of all backgrounds who are proficient in Spanish, and perhaps this is an opportunity to gain mastery in Spanish language because it is a need in our local community. You'll see the other activities that are there. Holistic support is always a part of it. Coaching, mentoring, support to kind of get through it. We can't do anything alone. We need that wraparound support. That's always a part of it. And then with our faculty, providing them with the resources and the knowledge to be of better service to you all. So that is Enfermería in a snapshot. I came here tonight to personally invite you all to our Title V convening on Monday, January 30th. And so this is an opportunity to educate our students, staff, faculty, all of our university stakeholders, go more in depth on what these 2 grants are going to do for our UCF community. Again, answer questions and provide feedback. We're going to have QR codes all over the room and lots of Qualtrics forms. So if there are suggestions that you have as we implement these 2 projects, then please let us know. We want to hear from you, and there's always a lot to learn. So please join us on January 30th if you're able. 2 to 5, or I should say 3 to 5. From 2 to 3 is a reception, and then at 3 o'clock the program begins. And so some general opportunities. UCF is a institutional member of the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities. They have tons of opportunities, scholarship opportunities and internship opportunities. Most of the opportunities that they offer are available to all students who are enrolled at an HSI. And so take a look at their webpage, see what scholarships you think you would be in line with, or what internship opportunities, because there's a lot there. Or tell a friend, right? Tell a friend. If you haven't heard already, we also partnered with Google. So we do have a Grow with Google HSI Career Readiness Program. It's an opportunity to increase your digital skills. There are a lot of modules that you can complete, and you can get certificates. Looks really good on the resume. So check out Career Services, the Grow with Google program. Again, another opportunity that we're really proud of because it's available to all of our students. And then here, this is an activity that's coming up on Saturday. It's a student leadership retreat, or that they are, this is the Alliance of Hispanic Serving Institution Educators. It's $25. If you're interested or know of a student who's interested, we do have some funds in our office to offset the cost. If you'd like to participate in this retreat, let us know, and I'll share my contact information at the end. And then you may be familiar with Latinx Leadership as part of the Lead Scholars Academy. They have various tracks. And so that one of those tracks we're happy to sponsor, HSI Initiatives is happy to sponsor the Latinx Leadership track as part of the You Lead program. So if you're interested in knowing about Latinx leadership from that perspective, from that lens, then that is something that is available to students, both at first year and as well as You Lead is for second year, third, or I should say third and fourth year. So you may be a new transfer student, third year, fourth year. This is an opportunity if you want to know more about Latinx leadership. And so I'll conclude with our HSI principles. Our focus is serving in all of its forms. There are so many different ways that we serve our students. And so that is the emphasis of what it means for us to be an HSI, is to serve. We celebrate intentionality, intersectionality, and inclusivity. We believe they operate cohesively. We know that there are times to be intentional about serving our students and certain populations. We also know that there are so many intersectionalities. We all identify in so many different ways, so many different layers, right, of how we all identify, and we want to keep that in mind, right? None of us, we don't fit into any particular box. And then inclusivity. We are all about inclusive excellence at UCF, and there is space and room for everyone to be celebrated and to be a part of this. And so we believe that those three I's, they all work together. They all work together and they create the magic. And then we embrace equity-minded policies and practices that enhance academic and career outcomes. We like to look at the data. We make data-driven decisions. We identify the gaps. We see where the needs are, and we let that drive the work that needs to happen for all of our students. And we value the active role of cultural assets that enable success. We all have our stories. We all have our rich cultures that we bring with us to the classroom, and that enables us to be successful in our respective fields of study. So bring that to the classroom and let us leverage that so that you can be successful. And then our purpose is to educate and empower. You're here to learn something. You're here to change the world. And so we want to empower you to take it all in and to unleash truly your potential, or in this case, your potencial. So that is our website. I'm done. That concludes my remarks for this evening. Speaker Hall, if it's okay with you, I'd like to take a few questions, if there are any questions.
So before we get into questions, just briefly, Senator Tache.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:27 p.m. Chair Holmes.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:27 p.m. Senator Simcoe.
Present and voted.
So noted at 7:28 p.m. Alrighty. Are there any questions for Dr. Muniz? Vice Chair Marty.
Yeah. So considering that the Hispanic community makes up such a large majority of the population here at UCF, how is HSI able to reach such a vast number of students across campus?
How are we able to reach vast numbers? Well, we do the best that we can. Currently, I am a team of two. I'm a team of two. So there's myself, along with Ms. Josefina Rosario, who is part of the Office for Latino Student Success in the Ginsberg Center. And so we do rely on all of our campus partners, all of our faculty, to spread the word about our HSI opportunities. We rely on you all as student leaders to share that information. And so that's part of the reason why I'm here tonight, right, is to bring you up to speed on where we are, to answer questions, to provide those resources. And really, I do lean on my colleagues to share that information at large. So wherever I can give a presentation to point people in the right direction, then that's what I do. Hopefully in the future, we'll get more grants, and then we can have more people power, right? So that we can continue to scale how many students we reach at any given time.
Chair Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, Dr. Muniz. Terrific presentation as always. So seeing as you are a team of two right now in HSI, how would you like student government, and in particular Senate, to help you with your initiatives moving forward?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So I believe that, I mean, we've heard this, right, time and time again. I mean, we're all here for the students. And so when you have questions and there's something in particular that you would like to see, something that you feel is important that will be of service to all of our students, then provide those recommendations. I'm not quite sure what the possibilities are with regard to what Senate can accomplish, but however you can advocate for the work, ask questions, provide opportunities, or recommendations to leadership about what you would like to see, then that is always helpful, because it's one thing for me to say, here are some great ideas, or here are the things that we should do. It's received in a totally different way when the students are requesting or recommending any particular ideas. So yes, and let me also say, actually, through these grants, let me correct. Team of 2, actually team of 4, we do have 2 project managers that are coming on board, but these project managers their sole focus would be to administer these grants, but not necessarily be student facing. So I would like to have a larger team that is student facing, and however you can share that recommendation or advocate for that would be helpful. Thank you.
Senator Tache?
Hi there. Sorry I walked in late during your speech. I was wondering, in light of what's going on with the state, if you guys are partnering with anyone else at the university to try to push back against these new guidelines, because from a lot of the words that I did hear, there are a lot of the words that are going to be banned soon. So I just want to know if, y'all are being proactive with that.
Yes. So I do report to Dr. Guzman, who's our Vice President for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. She is leading that effort in responding to the requests that have been made. And so while there are related elements between diversity, equity, and inclusion and our Hispanic Serving Institution initiatives, they are 2 separate but related activities. And so I will continue to seek her guidance, right, on how we move forward with this work. And so far, from the HSI standpoint of things, we don't seem to have any major concerns when it comes to how we are going to implement this work, but that is still unfolding. So, but yes, I will work with Dr. Guzman to ensure that we are in compliance and that all is good, so we can continue to do good work. Thank you.
Chair Holmes?
Hi, thanks for coming. I just wanted to ask you regarding professor tenures. Are you aware of the fact that there's a very low number of Hispanic and Latin professors that have tenures here at campus? Okay.
Yes, we are very well aware of that. And there are some of the faculty development components we hope will help equip all of our faculty to serve our students in the meantime, as we continue to figure out strategic ways for us to increase those numbers. So I believe the last time I looked at it, was about 7 or 8% of our faculty who identify as Hispanic or Latinx. And we have at the undergraduate, right, we have almost 30%. And so that's a huge gap there. And so when it comes to our Hispanic, Latinx, and our Black professors as well, right, we would like to see our faculty in general mirror our student body. And so there are efforts that are taking place with faculty excellence through the Provost Office and Academic Affairs, with Dr. Guzman, as well as our VP for DE&I. And so that is something that is top of mind. So more to come on that. I hope that.
All righty. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good night. Thank you.
All righty. Is there anyone else wishing to speak during open forum? Seeing none, announcements from the student body president. Chief of Staff Greenway.
Hi, everyone. I hope all is well. Just some updates. Day at the Capitol applications are going to open on January 30th, so that's very exciting. And then some upcoming events. We have one of our Green Assemblies on February 1st from 5 to 6 p.m. here at the Charge on Chamber. We have our Minority Leadership Summit on February 3rd from 5 to 8 p.m. at the Live Oak Ballroom. We are doing another free headshots events for students. So that is on February 6th from 12 to 4 p.m. That is Egmont Key Room 224. And then we have the Alumni and Government Conference on February 17th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. In the Pegasus Ballroom. And then on behalf of President Lopez, I do have 2 appointments. I hereby appoint Annie Lee to Election Commission seat number 3, and then Janice Servan to Election Commission seat number 9.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chief of Staff Greenway? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks, Valerie.
Announcements from the student body Vice President Martinez.
Always a long walk. But hi, everyone. I hope that everyone's doing okay and has had a great start to the semester. So this week, I had a chance to talk to the homecoming executive director, and she let me know that homecoming applications are open, and they will be open until February 6th. So just make sure that if you'd like to apply, please do so. If you have friends that would like to get involved, it's a great way to do so as well. It's a very exciting week. Additionally, I had my first faculty senate meeting today at 3 p.m. and we talked about mental health and just ways that faculty can support students. And so they'll be having workshops throughout this month and next month just to help faculty, address any issues that might come up. The ATSB meetings will be monthly this semester as well, and they'll be virtual on the last Wednesday of each month. I'll be sending out an email to everyone tomorrow with all the official dates. I'm just working it with my vice chair. And then an events calendar will be sent to everyone, hopefully by Monday. We're just working on some last minute events. So that way, all the events that Brandon mentioned, you'll be able to just have on you and just share with students or just for yourself to make sure that you can attend. But thank you so much for everyone. Is there any questions?
All right. We're now in line for questions. Senator.
Just simply because I meant to go and forgot to go today. Do you know when the next faculty senate meeting is?
Yes. It's in February 2nd.
Thanks.
All righty. Are there any other questions for Vice President Martinez? Seeing none, thank you. All righty. Comptroller's report. Vice President Martinez.
Okay, so for the CRT current account balance, it's 300,027. I don't know how to read numbers in English, so we're just gonna go number by number. 327,713.66, unless anyone likes to help me how that's said, and with a reversion of 1.15%. And then the FAO current account balance is 140,719.58, with a reversion of 1.88%.
All righty. Are there any questions for Vice President Martinez? Seeing none, thank you. All righty. Cabinet Forum, Attorney General Moore.
Hi, Senate. Great to see all of you tonight. So the Election Commission requested an interpretation from Title VI. So it's not like an official opinion or anything, but I just wanted to share it with all of you guys here in case that it's relevant to anybody that is here. So from Chapter 605, just regarding what groups are permitted to make campaign donations and provide physical assistance. So in short, per Title VI, Chapter 605 from the sections 605.5 to 7, donations, finances, campaign materials, or personnel from nonprofit organizations are prohibited, as is any donation from a non-UCF student, staff, or faculty member representing such an organization. So for-profit organizations that are not political organizations, they are permitted to donate or to provide financial aid and personnel assistance to campaigns. And I'm also working on compiling a reference sheet that basically just covers student government's jurisdiction and our scope and kind of just touches on what we are able to do and what we aren't able to do, and just kind of to serve as a useful guide, and hopefully it can be helpful in case there's any future internal bills that touch on this, or if any other discussions arise under this topic, so that hopefully it could be just useful for all of you. And furthermore, I just wanted to kind of put it out there before I finish that document, that the information I'm compiling in there, it's not just going to be based on my opinion or any kind of subjective interpretation, kind of separate from how some of the opinions I write are sometimes based on, but rather I'm trying to compile objective information through continued research and continued conversations, as well as the information I've already collected from members of the administration of the university. So that is nearly complete. So hopefully I'll have that finished and linked and shared to all of you by next week. Furthermore, I have rough drafts of revisions for the statutes, and so I'm aiming to have those solid proposals done and sent out again sometime next week. Just a reminder to especially the new senators per Title 12 to make sure that you have that in your email signature. It should be at the bottom of all of the emails you send. That's just something that we're required to have. At the end of last semester, I spoke about the Election Commission and making them some form of an election timeline. And just as an update, that was sent over a little while ago just to aid in extracting all of those dates and deadlines from the statutes as they pertain to the election. So if anybody here is interested in a copy of that, please just let me know. I'd be more than happy to get you a copy of that document. And per usual, feel free to utilize the opinion request form that's linked there. Thank you, guys.
All right. Any questions for the Attorney General? Senator Taché?
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify with the opinion that you gave for the Election Commission. So what exactly, are there penalties that are in place for certain groups helping people with the election? What's the punishment system like there?
Yeah, so in Chapter 605 specifically, I don't think that it notes any kind of punishment specifically for campaign donations from groups that aren't supposed to be donating, right? But that would probably constitute just a violation, and then that would go through the process that's described later in Title VI, and there's different tiers of violations, so it would probably just depend on the nature of exactly what happened, then it would be one of those violations and then would be adjudicated through that process in Title VI.
All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Before we continue, Vice Chair Casson.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:42 p.m. Announced from the Chief Justice. Chief Justice Carroll.
I'm too fast. All right. Hello, everybody. I hope you guys had a good past week. Judicious first week of meetings was this past week. And then along with that, JLC met today for the first time. I just wanted to let everybody know that appeals are fully back in session. So if you know anybody or any clubs that want to appeal for anything, feel free to let them know. That's it.
All righty. Are there any questions for Chief Justice Carroll? D.L. McClellan.
I was just curious about the thing we talked about last semester. Did IRC add to your rules that one thing we were talking about with ORS?
So we're having our first meeting at IRC right now. I've been in here, so I don't know if they've done it yet, today or not, but it will be done soon if it hasn't. And we are already planning on having, I haven't talked with the fiscal chairs about this yet, but planning on having fiscal chairs, or at least somebody come and give a presentation at our retreat in the spring.
All righty. Are there any other questions for Chief Justice Carroll? I think we can also just acknowledge this is next week going to be your last full meeting as Chief Justice. So congratulations to that. Yeah. He gets to go home. He's got to wait if we confirm people next week. So he's going to be here all night long with us. With that, thank you. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, none. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, Chair Wonjun.
I'm not going up front because I forgot. Good evening, everyone. So budget committee elections should be held tonight, hopefully, as long as you guys don't debate too long. I also sent out a when to meet and have a poll in the group me to hopefully determine when budget committee will be meeting next week. If you're elected to the budget committee tonight, I would expect you to fill that out ASAP so that I just have a general idea of who's able to be there. I'm currently looking at Thursday, but Monday or Friday will both work as well. The plan for next week is for Dr. Frame to be present to discuss any changes to some of the questions we were not able to get answered during budget hearings over break. I yield to any questions.
All righty. Are there any questions for Chair Wonjun? Chair Tupple.
Just a very brief question, and for the sake of everybody else, do you know when the special session for the actual budget will be held?
So when Speaker Hall and I have discussed it, we mentioned February 16th, but when it's officially decided, there will be a memorandum sent out.
Alrighty. Any other questions for Chair Wungen? Seeing none, thank you. Alrighty. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, none. Announcements from the Senate President. What's up? Thanks everybody for coming today. I appreciate you all being here. Only a couple things from me. First being kind of what I talked about last week. If you want to schedule a meeting with myself, Aile Alamachili, Ela DeMarlo, or any combination of us, use that form that I've linked there. And then to echo from last week, if you do still need to change committee or caucus, please reach out to me so that we can make that change as smooth as possible. And then the last quick thing that I wanted to talk about is I am implementing new queues in Senate. So I encourage you all to look at the agenda, specifically my part on what those are. Specifically when it comes to how we go about points of information and making amendments. So long story short, I will act it out for you. Should someone be questioning, debating, making a motion, you're going to raise your hand like you always have been. If somebody is making a point of information, you're going to use one finger like this. And if you're trying to make an amendment, you're going to do two fingers. Reason for this, it's very confusing for me up here, particularly when people have points of information or people want to make a motion to amend, but I have no idea what your intention is. So at the end of the day, what ends up happening multiple times is we'll go through 10 minutes of debate. Then somebody will make a motion to amend a bill. Half the time it's an amendment that completely changes the bill. And then we debate that for another 10 minutes. Whereas I'd rather get the maximum amount of time to debate the final product of the bill first. But this is just a way, more than anything, that's easier for me visually to see what you guys have intended, and we can kind of go from there. And then last thing, dismissals. I hereby dismiss Senator Becerra from CHIPS seat 2. With that, are there any questions for me? Senator Shea.
Would you have any interest in workshopping some more whimsical hand signals than just like one finger or two, like a this or a this or like a pinky up or something like that?
I love the enthusiasm, love the energy, but for simplicity purposes, for me, it's easier to just do that. And it probably it'll be easier for everyone to remember that. But I love the passion. Love to see it. Alrighty. Any other questions, Senator Caldwell?
Yeah, since we're making changes to how we do debate and discussion, would there be any interest in moving towards a progressive stack that keeps track of like how often an individual speaks or, you know, how long they've been waiting to speak to ensure, you know, a bit more consistency there?
I will say generally I try to do that as much as I can. I try to factor in when there are senators that haven't raised their hand at all, that sometimes you might have your hand raised and you see somebody else get their hand raised and I'll pick on them. Most of the time it's because they haven't spoken before tonight. But we could look into more like actual concrete system for that. But I definitely try my best to do that to make sure that I take that into account, as well as making sure that the wide physical array of what I'm seeing, that it's not just 5 people from this side and then someone finally on this side gets to talk. But yeah, actually, I would be open to looking at that. With that, any other questions for myself? Seeing none. Internal Legislative Assistant Report, Aile Alamachili.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hello, everyone. The Senate Leadership Council has had a great first meeting. The SLCers are very excited to learn about Senate and student government. And it's a program that builds leadership skills and that teaches them about how Senate works. And part of that is the mentorship program, where each SLCer will have a mentor from Senate. And so we're going to need people from here to sign up. And I've attached a form in the agenda, which you can use to sign up to be a mentor. Basically asks you your name, what qualities you want in a mentee, any particular mentees that you prefer. Simple, straightforward form. You don't have to be detailed. It's fine if it's brief. And considering there's only around 15 or so SLCers, it's unfortunately, if we get more than the needed number of submissions, then it might be an unfortunate thing that some of the people who filled out the form might not get to be mentors. Just wanted to throw that out there. And so there's that. SLC should be great. I have multiple workshops planned on things like Robert's Rules of Order, Senate rules, statutes, student body constitution, etc., which I might ask some of you about because I am not the person that is the most specialized on those topics. But that's SLC matters. And for this day in history, in the year 319 AD, on January the 19th, Emperor Gratian, who ruled over the Western Roman Empire, handed power to Theodosius I, who became Caesar Augustus of the Eastern Roman Empire, and he would continue his reign until 395 AD. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Aile Almachili? Senator Sachet?
Yeah, just curious what like the expectations and time commitment and types of activities and stuff are for a mentee, like what should be expected there.
So basically, everybody's mentor-mentee relationship is going to be different, but the general expectation is that you teach your mentee about your work in student government, and if you're writing any bills, tell your mentees about it and give them a chance to like read it, propose ideas, perhaps so that they can co-sponsor a bill themselves, get experience in what Senate does without actually being a senator, because I do feel that SLCers should have that opportunity to do something meaningful. So be a friend, teach them what you know, and just prepare them to be future leaders, whether that is in Senate, other branches of student government, or other parts of the university, including agencies and RSOs. So there's that. Just want to get the mentees involved in Senate activities, and that would be a great thing.
Alrighty. Any other questions for Aile Almachili? I will also just briefly add that Aile Almachili described the scenario where we have too many people applying to be mentors. I would much rather that scenario than we don't have enough. And not to put you all on blast, didn't have a lot of senators for SGLC last semester sign up. This is definitely a way to engage with the mentees and work with the SLCers. They're definitely excited to get to know you all. So highly encourage you all to actually look at that form. Moving along, external legislative system report, none. Senate President Pro Tempore report, Pro Tem Foster.
All right. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. So we kind of made a false promise to you last week about Senate headshots, but don't worry, tonight, kind of here to correct that. So we had some scheduling conflicts last week regarding your Senate headshots. We kind of realized that Colby wouldn't be paid to shoot your headshots since Martin Luther King Day is the university holiday. The university is going to be, or it was closed, so he wouldn't have been paid to take our headshots. However, this upcoming Monday and Wednesday, so this upcoming week from 3 to 3:30, Monday and Wednesday, it's going to be a 30-minute window. You can come get your headshots in front of TA. And if you can't make the time, email Speaker Hall and I, kind of let us know that you can't make it. So we're going to work with Digital Media Coordinator Smith and then kind of come up with like a makeup time so you can come get your Senate headshots. Regarding swapping committees, Speaker Hall kind of touched on it a little bit earlier about if you want to swap committees, email him, let him know you want to swap your committee or your caucus, but also kind of give me a heads up too, so I can make sure I put you in the right group me. I would hate for you to miss a committee or a caucus meeting simply because, I was just uninformed. So if you can just be like, hey, Nick, I'm now on LJR. I'd be more than happy to put you in an LJR group me. Had a lot of very productive meetings this week with a lot of different senators. Thank you for signing up on the form. So if you want to meet with me, Ryan, AJ, all of us at the same time, make sure you fill out the form. Or if you're too lazy to do that, you can always shoot me a text on group me, email me. I'm more than happy to make time for anybody. Also, I got a lovely message today from Senator Tache regarding the LGBTQ plus caucus. So it's currently inactive, and it's not a good thing because the caucus is kind of here to serve students, serve people. So people aren't represented whenever the caucus is inactive. So we're gonna kind of have maybe a brainstorming session this next week. So if you kind of want to help out with that, contact me, Senator Tache. We're gonna sit down, see how we can kind of help the caucus and support that group again.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Pro Tem Foster? Senator Tishry.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in on what Nick was talking about with what I texted him. We were, texting in the Senate-wide group chat about what a hellscape we live in. And I was like, I don't know that there's anything that could be done through student government that can help the situation. But since we haven't had a meeting in a long time, I was like, it's worth a shot of if we spend 45 minutes racking our brains and come up with nothing, that's fine. But I feel like we owe it to, people at this school to at least think about it for a little bit. So it'd be nice if we could have a meeting sometime soon.
Alrighty. Any other questions for Pro Tem Foster? Seeing none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, Dealing Cole.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you all have had a great week and are ready for tonight. We do not have any unfinished business, so that's already a great start. Today, CRT will be caucusing and seeing 3 fiscal bills, adopting them, and we will try to see them on second and third reading. Other than that, we will be seeing 3 other fiscal bills on first reading. As always, all internal legislation needs to be submitted to both Pro Tem Foster and myself to be considered for approval. Once you submit a bill, I'll probably be in contact with you shortly after, letting you know what's going on and if I need anything to talk to you about. So there's that. And if you ever have any questions or need help with anything, legislation or not, please let me know.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Dealing Cole? Seeing none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, Deezer Patel.
Good evening, everyone. Good news, all RSO emails have been sent out, so expect to be reached out by email by your RSOs. Our volleyball season will be resuming next Monday for the first time this semester. The team seems promising, and we will be hosting a practice this weekend. On the other hand, our soccer team is in the trenches at the moment, and with straight losses and missing star players, we are hoping for a Disney movie miracle.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Deezer Patel, Chair Lungeon?
Just curious, will RSOs be reached out to again this semester? Since I know that was last semester's emails, or are you counting that one set as both?
Can you ask it again? I didn't hear it.
I was just asking if the set of emails you just sent are you counting it as both last semester's and this semester's emails, or are you sending emails out again this semester before the end?
It's counting as both because it was sent in between.
Pro Tem Foster.
What was the score at the soccer game that you played in this past Tuesday?
$12 to 1.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions for Deezer Patel? Seeing none. At least y'all scored 1. That's something. Alrighty. Caucus reports. APIA caucus. Chair Patel.
We did not meet this week, but we will be meeting next week at 2 p.m. on Tuesday.
Alrighty. Any questions for Chair Patel? Seeing none. Blackhawks report. Chair Holmes.
Hello, everyone. So officially today, Director Turner launched this. I'm so sorry. The signups for the Black Business Showcase, which will take place on February 21st. And the signups will close February 10th. So if you know any Black student-owned businesses that missed out last time, this is their chance this time to table. We haven't thought of a cap number yet because we are still looking for the venue. So tell them to reserve their spot as soon as they can. I wanted to do an update on Color Me Queer. If you were not here last semester, essentially, a lot of the caucuses collaborated in one meeting with a few outside organizations to help a RSO come into fruition. This RSO caters to the BIPOC community that are part of the LGBTQ plus community, and they are currently having their first social with their members today at Toppers. Obviously, I couldn't make it because I'm here, but I'm so happy that they're starting their semester strong. I linked their Instagram on here, and their website is very beautiful. You should take a look at it. And lastly, I most likely will be sending out a when to meet for a possible possible new time and date so that all our members can attend. Currently, we have one member that won't be able to attend, and that is the D&I coordinator, Colin. So I just want to make sure that if we can find a time where everyone can meet, I'll be sending out a when to meet for that. And that's all from me.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Chair Holmes? Seeing none, before we continue, just a quick shout out to Senator Campbell, our new Disability Caucus Chair. And with that, Disability Caucus report, Chair Campbell.
Thank you. Evening, everyone. So we had a special meeting yesterday, which I was elected as chair. So now I am chair of the Disability Caucus. There's nothing else new to report. We're planning to concretely define our meeting time by the time Senate ends. So I'll do something, maybe informal discussion later. But I'm very much looking forward to serving in this position.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Chair Campbell? Seeing none, Hispanic Latinx Caucus report. Chair Salcedo is not here, so I'm going to also shout out Vice Chair Castillo of the Hispanic Caucus, new vice chair over here. And whenever you're
So first of all, a big thank you to Dr. Munoz for joining us tonight. She shared a bunch of information opportunities that we have here on campus. On to caucus business. Last meeting, we elected a new vice chair, me. But besides that, we also brainstormed a bunch of legislation and events that we have in mind. So, and a big thank you to the Cox members for being engaged and interested. And stay tuned for upcoming announcements about Afro-Latin Unity Day and Premios Banderas. And our next meeting is tomorrow at 12 p.m. in the conference room. So please join us. Thank you.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Vice Chair Castillo? Seeing none, LGBTQ plus caucus, none, Women's Caucus report, Chair Moda.
Hi, everybody. We did not meet this week due to MLK Day, but we are meeting this upcoming Monday at 12 p.m. So please join. It'll be so much fun. We want to talk about upcoming events for the semester. So yes.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Chair Moda? Seeing none, unfinished business, none. Fiscal Committee caucus time. I hereby recess for 30 minutes. CRT will be here in the chamber.
I know what it is.
I call this meeting to order at 8:03 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Vice Chair Perry.
Chair Tribble.
Here.
I'm present. Senator Borges.
Here.
Senator Harrell.
Present.
Senator Bateja.
Hey.
Senator Duke. ORS Rep. Present. Pro Tempore Rep.
Present.
I don't know. 3, 6, 8 out of 6 quorum is verified.
Okay, we're at approval of the minutes. Take a look over last meeting's minutes, and then I'll take a motion. McClellan.
Motion to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, it's approved by general consent. And then take a look over today's agenda, and then I'll take another motion. McClellan.
Motion to approve today's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve today's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, it is approved by general consent. We're going to see 1 allocation of old business and 3 fiscal bills. Vice Chair Perry has none. Announcements from committee members. Okay. Announcements from non-committee members. Okay. Old business allocations. We have Nikki's. She was one of the ones that I represented yesterday, 54,285. The issue was the super tight timeline, and I talked to Fong, and it's good. She's good to go. So, Wanjin.
Can you confirm that number? Because I'm seeing an entirely different person at that number.
At 285?
Yeah.
Oh, I might have gotten it wrong. Nikki. Is it Emmett? 95? What is it at? Oh, 85. Oh, I linked the right folder though, so. Okay. Any questions? McClellan.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing no one out there, go ahead, McClellan.
May I retain?
You may.
So we saw this yesterday, and we thought it was good. We just needed to figure out whether it was be okay with the business office. It is. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All those in favor, all those against, and all those abstaining with a vote count of, is that 8 to 0 to 0? This allocation is approved. We're now on new business. Allocations none. Bills 5435. Do they have a presentation or anything? Are they here? Do you say? Yeah. Okay. You guys can come up to anywhere with a mic. Is there a motion for speech questioning debate? Harrell? There's been a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. You guys have 5 minutes whenever you're ready to give your presentation. You can email it to me and I can link it. Or do you have it?
Email it to our advisor, Brody. Brody.taylor at UCF.edu.
Oh, cool.
I don't know. It said bring support documentation.
They can keep that, right? So we have copies of them. Feel free to keep those because we have plenty of. It's just a copy, so I don't know if you need them or not. So we just brought them just in case. Yeah, I signed that. So to start, hello. My name is Sergio Owen. I'm the president of the Graphic Design Student Association. And I have Ashley Van Duren, who is the treasurer. We're going to be talking about getting a CRT bill for Creative South, which is a conference in Columbus, Georgia, and revolving graphic design from March 30th to April 1st. You can go to the next slide, please. Bless you. So we attend this conference almost every single year. During COVID, they had to stop it, but basically our members are going to gain exposure to communicating with other graphic designers in the industry. We've had a lot of members last year. Oh, thank you so much. Had a lot of our seniors from last year who attended apply for internships, have LinkedIn connections and job opportunities because of the conference. But yeah, we generate fundraising through membership dues and table sales as well. These are just a list of some of the speakers that are attending the event. And then they also post workshops as well, so we learn from the other graphic designers as well. This is just a itinerary. Sorry if it's a little hard to see.
You can see this a lot better in the form. I submitted all the, okay, cool. Just want to make sure.
This is a picture of our president from last year. They actually do scholarships throughout the event as well. She actually ended up getting awarded the scholarship. So that was good for her and for us too, you know. This is just a picture of the overall conference, the amount of people that typically attend. More pictures of the event. And this is just a breakdown of the tickets. Last year we had to pay more because actually that's not even that important. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I don't know why, but this is just a breakdown of the tickets. They didn't have any student passes last year, so I had to end up paying more for that. But this is surprisingly the cheaper option for us. So if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. And then this is the Columbus Marriott, right, located like within 5 minutes from the conference. This is where we stayed last year as well. And the prices for this year are actually a little bit less than they were last year as well.
We were able to get a really good deal with Creative South by booking through the Creative South group rate.
Yeah, they doing it just through Marriott, it was around like $270. But because Creative South blocked a set of rooms, we bought it. We didn't buy it yet, but we are able to get it at a discounted rate through them. And this would be the grand total cost of the trip as well. And we are looking at taking about 16 members as well. And that's it. And any questions, feel free to let me know.
Okay, we're now in a period of questioning. Go ahead, Wanjin.
Two, if I may.
You may.
Do you have two financially trained officers?
Yes, both of us.
And then are you aware of the post-funding process?
The what, sorry?
The post-funding process. Do you know what that is, or I can also explain?
You can explain it if you...
After we had to get all the receipts for everything correct, we had to get to you within 5 business days. And you mean post after, if this gets approved, or post after the trip is what you're referring to? After the trip? Okay, then yes, the 5 business days, make sure everything gets back to you.
Okay, Haro.
Can I clarify something and then also?
Sure.
So you guys just have to make sure that you spend at least 80% of the funds, and also you have to spend at least 95% of your guys' half. So like if you guys are paying for the flights and for some reason it goes down a bunch and it's under the 95%, you can be called into ORS to talk about why you didn't use all those funds and possibly be sanctioned. And then my question was, I see that you guys have 167 active members, and you're only taking 16. So like, what was the process of taking those 16 members?
We had to do it based on the budget that we had for the club, as like what funds we had available, because we get it from table sales and from dues. But then we also have like a point system. So like if you attend a certain amount of meetings, you get points from attending meetings, going to table sales, volunteering, that kind of stuff. So because we like last year we were only able to take like 12 people. And so that was even with the budget that it was last year was still a lot. So this year we were able to increase the price that the members are paying directly to go to the event, just to see what everyone's budget was in order to make sure that we can take the most amount of people available. I would say in any given like meeting, while we have 167 members like documented, we probably have around 50 that regularly attend.
I noticed you said active. The two questions before that were asking specifically what's on Night Connect. 167 is our total members that have registered for us. Right now, we probably have about 40-ish active paid members, if that helps.
Do you have a question, McClellan? Go ahead, Tyler.
What happens if, for example, some people can't go? What will you do?
I think we had to create a list of backups. I think that was mandatory for us to be able to go. So we solidified and made sure that every person who sent an email out that was interested in attending was able to go, and that was okay with with the cost, the time, the dates, and everything. But we also have like a list of I think 5 to 10 people.
We
as
have
backups.
currently we have 5 backup people in case somebody cancels last minute. We have a list of 5 we can immediately contact and ask, and then obviously if that person says no, we can ask the next person, and on and on.
McClellan.
Could you please confirm your dates of travel?
Yes, so it will be, the event is March 30th. I believe we're heading up the day before because it's Columbus, Georgia. So it's about like 7-8 hours worth of driving. So March 29th would be the day we would need funding by the day that we'd be traveling to the hotel and everything. And then leaving April 2nd, I believe, the day after the conference is over in the morning.
Yes, the event is the 30th through the 1st, and we'd be leaving the 29th and coming back the 2nd. I had a quick question for you guys. How does the funding get to us? Do we have to pick it up from you in person, or is it like, yes?
So what will happen is the business office will pay for it on your behalf. So like if like your registration, if they pay for your registration, they'll pay for it in full, and then you will be responsible paying I believe it'll be around like $1,200 extra than what we're allocating to you guys. So you would just have to pay back the business office. So they'll pay on your behalf, and then you're responsible for reimbursing them.
Is that by a certain amount of time that we have to do that, or?
I don't know for sure. I don't know if anyone else knows, but usually the business office will let you know when that occurs.
Yeah, there is no timeline like on our side of when you have to reimburse them, because like technically speaking, we only care that you spend your half of the funds that is on this bill, and that you spend the half that we're giving you. If you overspend, that's a problem for us and the business office. But we don't have anything like within our guidelines that says anything, so it would be on the business office to give you a deadline.
Okay, and I just had one other question. You were saying that about the 95% thing, you're saying that if for whatever reason the Marriott were to charge us more, or if the tickets for the conference were changed later on, you're saying we would have to pay for that difference, correct? Okay, that makes sense.
Do these 16 members include you both also?
Yes.
Okay.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing no one out there, anyone wishing to debate, go ahead.
Yeah, this passed Senate 2 years ago unanimously, last year unanimously, and then I believe we should also pass it unanimously today. Obviously, we're not Senate, but at least CRT should. Everything except for obviously the amendments you can see looks great. The numbers add up. The spring documents are great. Their answers are great. So,
McClellan.
Would you please see the amendments on the page's technicals?
Yes. Else with debate or motion?
Motion to move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All those in favor, all those against, and all those abstaining. The vote count of 8 to 0 to 0. This bill is approved. You guys are good. You guys are staying for the Senate meeting for like the rest of the meeting?
Did you need us to? I forgot.
Yeah, so we're gonna see you guys on second and third reading, but at least for second reading, it would be very beneficial if you could stay a little bit until we can see you. You can speak on your behalf, and
Yeah,
then
of course.
we'll just third reading doesn't matter. It just yeah, but yeah, if you could stay for that, please.
Yeah, that works. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, we're now at Fiscal Bill 5436. Said so. You guys are up. Okay. Okay, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Thank you for having us again and for passing that bill through so quickly and explaining everything so clearly. My name is Timothy Eng. I am the Vice President of SEDSO and a doctoral student in the Counselor Education and Supervision program here at the university. So the conference that we are attending is the American Counseling Association National Conference. It happens annually, and it's where counselor educators, mental health professionals, students in the counseling profession attend. This year, it's in Toronto, Canada, and the dates are March 30th to April 1st. The primary reason why we will be attending this, there are 3 presentations that have been accepted by ACA. The presentations range from using a multi-tiered system to support students that experience chronic absenteeism to working with clients that come from individualism and collectivist countries. It's really important that our members get to attend this conference because it enhances the development of pedagogy, scholarship, and research for the counseling profession. Currently, there's been a national emergency for the mental health of children. And so at this conference, we're hoping that the presentations that we're attending and disseminating to the public enhances teaching, practice, and supervision for mental health professionals, not only nationally, but internationally, because it's held in Toronto, Canada. A lot of the members will also be building their professional network and connecting with other mental health professionals to learn about the best and latest practice in the field. And it will be an opportunity for us to disseminate our research so that other mental health practitioners can adopt some of the supportive models that we've researched. In addition to this, it's an opportunity for our cohort members to interview with jobs and inform and educate the newest wave of counselors. So the cost breakdown, since we've last checked, the flights have gone down a little bit to roughly $633, and that was the cheapest. The very bottom left outlines the 3 airlines that we looked at. Lodging was $238 per night, and that was the cheapest option at the conference hotel, and the most expensive one was $265 per night. And the registration for students is $385 per person, and we're asking for $19,934 in the very bottom right. And I'm open to questions.
Okay, we're now in a period of questioning. Harrell.
Do you guys have 2 financially trained officers?
Yes, that's myself and the president, Heather Summers, who couldn't be in attendance this evening.
Arjun.
Can you confirm the dates of travel? Yes. The dates of travel right now will either be, the conference is the 30th to the 1st, but depending on the days that some of us are presenting, we may need to be there a day before. So the potential dates of travel are March 29th to April 1st.
Okay, Wanjin.
2 questions, if I may.
You may.
So first, is somebody's registration waived just because you only have 8 members on the registration and you have 9 members on the bill?
They have already registered and got their own lodging, so they're hoping to just use some of these funds for travel.
Okay. And then my second question, is there a reason every individual is having their own room?
The individual rooms, I guess, that's what they were slated for, but with whatever funds we can pair up as well.
Before we move on, if I'm not mistaken, Katrina, are they sanctioned at 40%? Okay. McClellan?
This is kind of just for the committee. You'll probably see like the lodging cost is a little bit different, at least on the thing, and the total cost of the bill is just a tad bit different. That's what the numbers I got when I was looking at the quotes, doing my best. I don't know. I wrote a bunch of these last night, so if there's any mistakes, please correct them.
Harrell?
So we do have to finalize the numbers tonight with whether or not you want 1 person per room or 2 people per room. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is like, is there like a definite reason why each person wanted their own room, or like?
Yeah. A lot of the individual rooms were to accommodate gender and preferences with roommates, so we wanted to honor their preferences with gender and privacy.
Arjun?
So you'll be going on 29th, staying the night of 29th, 30th, 31st, and 1st also.
Yes, depending on if, let's say, the conference starts the 30th. However, if I am presenting very early, let's say 8 a.m. on the 30th, then it's of my best interest to be there just the night before instead of catching an overnight.
Will you be staying there on 1st?
Yes.
So you'll be coming back 2nd?
It depends how early we present on the 1st. So if there's an early presentation, like let's say the 1st at 9 or 10 a.m., then we are hoping to catch a flight that same evening.
McClellan?
Is there a strong possibility that you could be going on the 2nd? Because if so, I'll change the bill to reflect that, just so that we can cover it and such. So it's like within
Yeah,
the time.
there are some strong possibilities that everyone will stay to the 2nd.
Harrell?
So I'm just to make sure, like, we do need to have like finalized dates. Otherwise you can, and numbers. So just to like save you from being sanctioned again.
Yeah.
So would you like us to keep the 29th through the 2nd? And then worst case scenario, you guys are there for an extra day?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
McClellan?
Also, just to inform you, because of the previous 40% sanction, which I'm sure you already knew, the total contribution from our end is going to be $5,953. Sorry, and 84 cents.
Yeah.
Arjun?
Sorry for bugging again and again, but you mentioned 5 nights there, and even if you come back 2nd, it's 4 nights. So you'll be coming 3rd.
I guess depending on when the presentations and interviews, because some students may stay a day or 2 longer to continue interviewing with the professionals over there, but maybe a few students who can possibly go back a day before.
But you will be reserving all the rooms, even if some students have to come back.
No.
Then because you are getting the money for 5 nights, and even if you count, it's 29th night, the night of 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, and 2nd. So you'll be coming on 3rd.
I believe on the bill, it's just 4 nights. Yeah. So the bill is correct. It doesn't have 5. It just has 4. Yeah. No, you're good.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you for clarifying that and asking that.
Anyone else with questions? Harrell?
Are you aware of the post-funding process?
No, can you reiterate that?
Yeah, of course. So with bills, it's a little different than allocations. I see you received an allocation. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I see you guys received an allocation. So you have to spend at least 80% of what you're requesting from us. So you have to spend at least the 80% of the $19,846.16, as well as you have to spend at least 95% of your contribution. So you have to spend 95% of the $13,892 that you're requesting. Otherwise, you can be called into ORS and possibly be sanctioned.
Okay, so if we're approved for 5,000 at the end, does that mean spending at least 80% of that?
No. So, wait, what? No, it was 80. Okay. I thought I was misunderstanding. So you have to spend at least 80% of the total cost. So of the $19,846.16. So you have to spend at least $15,876 in order to not be called into ORS.
So we have to spend 15,800 and what was it?
$77. And then you guys have to pay 95% of your portion, which is $13,198.
13,000. Can you read that?
Yeah, $13,198.
$198. Okay. And so we're approved for 5,000, but we have to show proof that we spent at least 15,000, of which is 80% of what we asked for. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, so the proof of what you guys purchased will be from the 13,000 number. So
Okay.
like if the business office is only paying for the travel, you guys have to show that you spent at least $13,198 off of from the on the lodging and registration. Does that make sense? If not, I can always explain more after.
Yeah.
Okay.
And okay, that makes sense.
Okay. Thank you, Harrell. McClellan?
Move to vote. I mean, debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're not there. Anyone wishing to debate? Harrell?
Sorry, I was just looking at London's making changes. I was just trying to look. I am a little nervous that the floor will have issues with the each person having individual rooms. I guess maybe that's what Wanjin is changing. So maybe I'll wait till
Wanjin, if you want to speak, go ahead.
Move to see my amendments and do like McClellan's amendments as a block.
There's been a motion to see Wanjin and McClellan's amendments as a block. Are there any objections?
Just clarifying, sorry, not the date changes, just his amendment to the numbers, because if this gets voted down, I don't want that to get voted down too.
Okay. What she just said. Okay. Do we do speech questioning debate for this? Okay. Is there a motion for speech questioning debate? Go ahead.
move for 5-minute speeches. No, 2-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 2-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, you have 2 minutes.
Hey guys, so I looked and I found the exact cost at the hotel that they're staying at for the dates of the 29th to the 2nd for a room with 2 queen beds, and it totals for one room, it's $1,756.92, which is the cost that basically that is for, I turned it into the cost per night. And that lowers it not a whole lot. It's $2,250 ish, but it's still, I feel really uncomfortable with giving fully individual rooms when I don't think I've ever seen that done on a bill. So yeah.
McClellan.
So this just doubles them up.
Go ahead.
May I direct a question to the RSO representative?
You may.
So obviously we kind of already talked about it. I just want clarification. Do you think that everyone in the RSO going wants to have their own rooms, or do you think that I'll be comfortable sharing rooms?
Can you ask that again?
Yeah. So do you know if everyone is comfortable having their own room or rooming with someone else? Like which one they prefer?
I think they would prefer to have individual rooms. But I know that in the event of, if that was not possible, then I know a few of them were open to rooming together. But the other ones were really adamant on preferences due to gender and other privacy concerns.
Question for Wanjin. How much is left in the CRT account balance?
I think it said $327,000 when we had it earlier.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, that's still over half. So, okay, go ahead.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing no, we're not there. McClellan.
So I can see both sides of this. The thing though is the RSO, there's some individuals that are very adamant, apparently. So that would, like, if we were to approve this, the concern would be that some of those individuals would then just refuse, and then that would lead to reversions. So I just want that to be considered.
Okay, Tyler.
Yeah, I'm heavily against changing it since the RSO has stated that some of the members would be uncomfortable with that. I never want to make students uncomfortable. When I was chair, obviously we have to be kind of strict with our money. But the way I saw it, I'm not sure if you see it the same way, Church Herbal, is that if they want it that way and we can fund it, we should just do it. We have so much money left over. We're probably not going to run out the way things have been going. And we should at least use that money because it won't be there next year because we did receive a cut, which has not been approved by Senate yet, but it probably will. So.
Okay. Anyone else with debate? I'm watching.
Just a quick note that I didn't realize that what I was looking at was Canadian dollars. So it's significantly cheaper than what I actually put in. It's actually $326.37 per night. And also just the fact that we technically can fund it is not something that makes me comfortable doing it. I think this sets a precedent that we should fund individual rooms. And I think it's unfair to the RSOs who put 4 people in a room in order to be able to do this when we're giving funding to an RSO that has already clearly had issues with the funding process to put everyone in their own room.
McClellan.
May I direct a question? So if we were to change it to double up, with the makeup of your roster right now, would you be able to comfortably assign people to doubling up in rooms? And would you be able to convince and persuade those adamant individuals to being okay with this, or would they just simply no go?
Some of the accommodations were for religious reasons, and I'm sure we could talk to the ones whose accommodations weren't religious about rooming, but certainly there can be a couple that double up.
Hurrah.
May I direct another question? Do you by chance know the number of individuals who had restrictions due to, or just had restrictions in general, that were adamant about staying in their own room?
I would have to speak with our president, Heather.
Wanjin.
I also will state I didn't fully double it up. I turned it into 5 rooms instead of 8, which still should mean that if there's an odd, I guess I am assuming there's a binary gender split, but if it's 5 and 4, then they should, or somebody already has their lodging. So if it's 3 and 5, then it should still be fine. It's not like we're forcing a man and a woman to room together.
Arjun.
Can you tell what do you mean by 5 and 3?
So let's say there's 5 men and 3 women going on the trip. I'm saying that they wouldn't be stuck. This isn't forcing 1 man and 1 woman to stay together. It would mean that one of the men would get their own room in that imaginary scenario.
Juarez.
A direct question to the RSO.
You may.
Would one singular person getting their own room be enough for the amount of people who've told you that they want their own room? Or do you believe an additional room for a second person to be alone would be even better?
Can you ask that again?
Yeah, sorry, sometimes it can be confusing. So as you were told, people want their individual rooms. As of now, the explanation is that there can be individual rooms, but not that many. Would you prefer at least one more individual room? Would you be more comfortable with that? Or would you be fine with the 5 we have right now?
We would prefer an extra individual room if we could.
Direct question, Wanjan. Would you be comfortable with making it 6 rooms instead, considering the possible religious accommodations and gender accommodations?
Only if there's actual reasoning for it, not just, yeah, we'd prefer to stick somebody else in their own room.
May I direct a question, Wanda? Are you, because I know you mentioned that the rooms are considerably cheaper because of the conversion rates. Is that what you're doing right now?
Yes, I am almost done with that number.
Harrell.
I would just like to clarify there would be 2 individuals. With the 5 rooms, there would be 2 individuals in their own room. And then if we did 6, it would be 4 individuals with their own room and 4 with, if that makes sense.
I do want to say, just for the committee, that is assuming it's a 3-5 split. We kind of don't know, but I mean, that's kind of like the same kind of a thing. Like, there will be more than 1 individual that wouldn't end up being able to have their own room. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just clarifying. I don't know the split, but I'm just saying with the way it's set up with 8 individuals and 5 rooms, there would be 3 rooms with 2 people, which is 6, and then 2 rooms with 1 individual. And then if we did 6 rooms, it would be, oh God, math, 2 rooms with double and 4 rooms with individuals.
Yeah.
McClellan.
Yeah, after that kind of clarification and such, that thought, I do feel like that is accommodating, having like a good amount of rooms that you can double up, and then for whatever religious or other reasons that need be, you could have individuals be in their own private room. So I think that would be okay. What do you believe?
Yeah, I agree. I think that with those accommodations, we can speak to group members who absolutely need those accommodations and talk to others about doubling up based on our conversation here and the funding that we were able to get.
Okay, Borges.
You don't have to take it if you don't want to, but move to amend the number of rooms from 5 to 6.
There's been a motion to amend the amount of rooms from 5 to 6. Are there any objections?
That's wrong.
Harrell.
If I'm not mistaken, the RSO just said that it's okay to keep 5, right? Is that what you said? Are you comfortable keeping just the number at 5 rooms instead of the 8? Is that okay with you?
I think Tyler asked about the 6 rooms, and that's when.
Just to clarify, Borges asked about the 6. McClellan asked the RSO about having 5 rooms for religious reasons. And then I was just clarifying because McClellan objected. I just wanted to clarify that the RSO said that they were okay with only 5 rooms. Is that you said that you're okay with You're comfortable with the 5 rooms?
Was it 6 or 5? Okay. I think we would prefer 6 if we absolutely could.
Okay, Arjun.
Can I clarify again? The 5 bedroom means 3 bedrooms with 2 beds and 2 individual bedrooms. And 6 bedrooms mean 4 individual rooms and 2 rooms with 2 beds each. So like if you take 5 rooms, 2 people would be able to have their individual rooms. Basically.
If we take 5,
2 people would get individual rooms.
okay.
And if you could take 6, then 4 people get individual rooms.
Then it would for sure we would prefer 6.
But like, can you accommodate in 5 rooms is the question.
And that is what I don't know in regards of specific religious accommodations, and I would have to touch base with Heather.
Have you been in contact with Heather? Like,
Yeah, I've been
right.
I've been shooting her a text, and she is currently at work.
Darn.
May I just direct a clarification to the I just wanted to the reason we're like talking so much about the number of rooms is it might have issue passing on the Senate floor if we have as many rooms as we have. I'm not saying that it won't pass with 6. It's just funding individual rooms. Some people might have questions is all we're getting at.
Absolutely. I think another thing that we can talk about is if we don't get all of the rooms and funding that we need, and you absolutely need those accommodations, that they might have to come out of pocket or from, out of pocket. But we'll try our best to use that funding then, I guess, to accommodate those with religious needs. And then for those who may have to double or use another room, then that's what will have to be the
McClellan.
Question to anyone here that can answer it. Is there any penalty for overspending? Like if this passes and they decide they want those extra rooms and they just buy it anyway, but it comes out like they just pay it off their half, do they get any penalty for spending more? So, Madra, so basically, if we pass this and you want to spend the extra money to get the extra room and such, you can just do that because that won't be any issue. I mean, we're only giving you $5,000. So really, anything above that would have to, like, that $5,000 would barely cover, well, it wouldn't even cover all of your travel. So really, this whole debate kind of doesn't matter because you could just pay for the extra one anyway, as long as you meet the minimum. So if you go over, it doesn't matter because that's how it would have to go anyway. You'd have to pay it out of your own.
When you say over, you mean over that 95% or that 13,000 amount?
Okay, Borges.
Very direct question, McClellan. Considering that increasing the number of rooms would increase the cost and increase our contribution, why do you feel like the debate doesn't matter?
Yeah, because of the whole thing of passing on the Senate floor, I don't want it to take. I do feel like 5 is the best amount. I mean, that is a good point. It would increase the amount, so I suppose that's a valid point to take into consideration. But I do feel like they could use only 5 rooms, and if they decided, like, if those adamant people do not budge, and they are like they have more than 2 people that need individual rooms, but if they can make do with this, I don't know.
I honestly didn't see whose hand was up, but we're definitely over the time. I forgot to set a timer. Go fast. Hurrah.
I just wanted to say that if they already have a 40% sanction, and so I'd rather allocate them less, they spend more, than we allocate more and they spend less. So, yeah.
Can I just get approval to fix my amendments with the US dollars? Because currently they're still, the numbers that are on the bill are still Canadian dollars, and I can't change them until I get approval to fix it as the technical.
Did you still have something? Okay. Hurrah. Oh, okay, go ahead.
I think the good middle ground would be to give them 6 rooms, because it's like they are also compromising and we're also compromising. It's a good middle ground. Like we are giving them individual rooms also, and we are giving them rooms with 2 beds also. Maybe 2 individual rooms are like less for them because more of the people have their privacy issues or religious issues.
Okay, Borges.
Are we in debate? Okay.
Yeah.
Can I debate then?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously, once the numbers are fixed, I guess in the end of things, I don't really care that much personally, but I do want the RSO to get more money if they can get more money. They're already sanctioned. That was already brought up, and that takes a lot of money that they can get away. So if we increase it with the amount of rooms, that would increase the amount we can give them. What is happening?
I think Katrina just did all the numbers for 5, so. What?
Just explain why.
Yeah.
Because when I just changed my amendment, it fixes my amendments. So if you could do that on the amendment that you made that we were saying, and not on mine.
Can I continue?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I feel like with the amount of money we have left in the account, we should be helping RSOs as much as we can. And to leave it at 5, like obviously 8 is a lot. Middle ground, I think, would be 6. And in addition to that, people have voted on fiscal bills without being on the document at all. Barely anyone's actually on the document during the vote. So I know we're concerned about Senate being concerned. I don't feel like anyone's going to notice, except for us. Maybe like 2 other people. But so just keep in mind.
Is there a motion for the change in room number? McClellan?
Oh, I wasn't going to make a motion. I was going to say that last week there were people that did vote against a bill because they thought that it was a little bit excessive spending.
Hurrah.
Can we move to vote on these amendments?
Well, were we of the consensus? Oh. Are there any objections? Arjun?
Now, what is the room number? Like, how many
Do
numbers?
we have to, do you withdraw? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you want to change it to 6, if that's what you want to do you have the Google Doc open for
Yeah,
it?
I know.
You can just go in and change it to 6, and then I guess we can see if that's a change that we want to do, and we'll have to change all the numbers again. But if that's something you want to do, you can make that motion. But right now we're voting on 5. That's the amendment.
Motion to change the rooms to 6. I withdraw.
Yeah. Okay, Hurrah.
Can we just approve or deny these amendments? And if you guys want to change to 6, we can do that after. Move to vote.
Okay. There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. I mean, we're now voting procedures. All those in favor, all those against, and all those abstaining with a vote count of 6 to 2 to 0. Is that right? The amendment's passed. Okay, I think we're still in debate on the bill. Borges.
If you all won't approve it, then there's no point in making the motion. So just let me know if you really hate it. I'm kind of disappointed that we made that decision because it does kind of hinder the RSO, but I'll be approving the bill no matter what. So.
Okay, Hurrah.
I would like to clarify, I was voting it mainly for the per night, like the change in numbers, not necessarily like the lodging per night. Like, because I'm open to talking more about the 6 rooms. It's not like an automatic fail for me. Just wanted to clarify that.
McClellan.
May I direct a question to the RSO? If we change it to 6 and that's what happens, I guess the main concern is, will you spend all of that money? Because with you having a sanction in the past, we just want to make sure that you don't miss something and then you get sanctioned again. We don't want that to happen. So you will buy all the room or even more, whatever you want, but like you'll spend the amount required.
Yeah, which is in the number you're referencing is all of the money, the 5,000 that were approved for. Is that what you're referring to?
So yes, the number is kind of fluctuating right now as we change it from 5 to 6 and from 8 and all that stuff. But yes, we will let you know what that number is. I think there's about to be an amendment, so that will change. But at the end, we'll tell you how much that is for how many rooms. But
Yeah.
right now, it is at 5 rooms.
Yeah, and then if we'll spend all of that money was the original. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Wanjan.
I'm just gonna say that in the past, this RSO has had difficulty with the reason they have a 40% sanction is from one bill. They did not contribute their 95%, and they did not use the full 80% of our funds. So I'm very, very, very worried about putting too much on this fiscal bill and them not using it because it's gonna save them money to spend less, even though they are required to spend $10,000-ish on this bill.
McClellan.
Do you have like the reasoning why they weren't able to contribute that much? Like they spent a certain amount, but not all of the.
I can go look up the agenda if you'd like me to.
Arjun.
Can I talk to RSO? The thing is, if we change the rooms from 5 to 6, it may have problems passing in the Senate floor. So you would have to explain everything to them, because everything we are doing here is so that your bill passes successfully. So like if we change it, I'm just telling you that you may have problems that the bill gets passed or not.
Harrell. Did you have a response? Or?
I was gonna say if y'all believe it's in our best interest to do 5, then we can reconvene with the group about that. And we can talk to them. But if y'all believe that those are the best chances, then we trust that y'all have our best interests in mind as well.
Harrell.
Move to see Ryan McClellan's amendments as technicals.
Can I just say yes?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
And then move to see my amendments as a block.
There's been a motion to see Harrell's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech questioning debate? Harrell.
Move for 2-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 2-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, so this is just moving it to the 6 rooms. I'm open for discussion. I made it so that we can talk about this. If there are religious reasons, I want to be accommodating for those individuals, because I know it can be very hard with certain religions with privacy and stuff of that nature. So I'm willing to be accommodating. So I would love to hear. I'm open to questions and love to hear your guys' opinion.
I saw McClellan first.
I think our better time would be better spent in debate. So unless Katrina has an actual question, move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're not there. Anyone wishing to debate? Katrina.
I think we should wait until the Senate floor to make this decision to see if there's any chance that the RSO rep can get the information on how many students actually need accommodations, because I'm not willing to give funding for two more individuals to have individual rooms if it's not necessary for some sort of accommodation.
Anyone else with debate? McClellan.
General question. Is there a way to retract, like could Brianna retract her amendment? We can leave these on the dock, and then when we get to Senate, we can, I guess, Brody, I have a question for you. So right now we're in debate on a, good.
I withdraw saying my amendment.
Okay. Are we back at? Okay, we're in debate on the bill. Okay, sorry. Watch it.
Move to vote on the bill.
There's no motion to vote on the bill. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now voting procedures. All those in favor, all those against, and all those abstaining. With a vote count of 6-0 to 2, the bill passes. McClellan.
So, as I said before, I would let you know. So, right now, there is an amendment that we're going to discuss on the actual Senate floor. Give you time to see if Heather responds to you. But right now, we do have it at 5 rooms, and your total contribution is our contribution towards the bill is $4,985.66. No, that's the amendment. My bad. You're right. $4,594.02. Your current contribution will be $10,719.38.
Can you read that second number again? 10,000. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. We're now at fiscal bill 50. Oh my God. Where are we at? 5439, I think is what it is. Yes, Katrina.
Hi, I hope this one is faster. So yes, I'm presenting on behalf of the Student Nurses Association Orlando chapter. I met with them last night to go over all of the information. They're going to NSNA, the National Student Nurses Association Annual Conference from April 12th to 16th, 2023. They definitely have a presentation that Brody has, but that's fine. It's also linked in the agenda. It's in Nashville. So as SNA, they are student nurses. I'm not going to read this whole thing because it's kind of long, but they've been doing really well at like the state level and national level. They've been a diamond chapter for, I believe it's 8 out of the last 9 years. I feel really bad because I'm definitely going to mess up their statistics. But they also passed a resolution last year at their state conference. They bring resolutions every year to the national conference. This year they have an individual actually running for national board, which is really important and exciting for them, which it's the first time since they weren't sure whether it was 2014 or 2012, but it's been a while. At national convention, they almost always get awards. They have several other awards that they're currently expecting to get at the national level, which is really impressive and great for UCF as a school. Yeah, that is, for some reason, the next page won't go. Okay, there we go. Yeah, they did not run me through half of this, like the first 6 slides. Okay, so as far as what this will actually do for the UCF community, it's going to bring knowledge on an organizational and leadership management level for the student and professional levels. It allows the nurses to network and get just general professional development. It allows them to get experience with Robert's rules, resolution writing, all that fun stuff that we unfortunately know a little bit too well here. And it just allows them to learn more about the healthcare profession and to learn more before they actually go off and do their jobs. Yeah. So as far as fundraising, they've done a whole bunch of fundraising events, as tabling, basket raffles, partial proceeds, etc., which is how they're covering their half of the bill. And then there's the cost breakdown. They have the registration at $1,875. They're taking 15 people to the conference. They have lodging. That's 4 rooms for 4 nights, 12 girls and 3 boys there. And then the flights that we currently have on the bill that are going to be part of their contribution because the deadline's a little bit too soon. Which brings the total cost to 10,000 something. It's not the number that's on the bill because they weren't sure whether or not they could have flights on the bill when they originally sent me this. Yeah, and then there's just more cost breakdown information with all of the quotes. And thank you. Yeah, I yield to questioning.
Okay, thank you. McClellan.
Could you confirm their dates of travel, not of the conference?
Yes. Give me 1 second. I have to pull that up because I don't have everything off the top of my head. They're leaving on April 12th and returning on April 16th.
I think everything is clear. Let's move to debate. Motion to move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing no one out there, anyone with debate? Tyler.
They are an amazing RSO. They worked really heavily with me before, and they did everything correctly. Last time they got funding, no crazy reversions. They didn't get sanctioned. It's awesome. And they worked really hard to make sure they met and had this bill in front of us because, as you know, before yesterday, it was just an allocation. So I'll be voting in favor.
Okay, Harrell.
Can I direct a question to Landon really quick? Are the numbers on the bill correct, or you said that they weren't necessarily correct? Do you mind?
The numbers on the bill are correct. I
Okay.
might have said bill and I meant presentation.
Okay, cool.
Address that. Anyone else with debate? Harrell.
I guess question for the committee if I can. Would you guys want to adjust travel for fluctuation or no? No. No.
I don't want to go for that. McClellan.
For clarification on that, the whole deadline and stuff with the flights, I believe, was because of a set group rate. I was talking with them. They've been lovely to correspond with and had great questions. I got all that cleared. But yeah, there was the thing is the group rate was set and there was a deadline on that. So I'm pretty sure this is solid. And it's here so that they can get a little bit more because it'll come out of their half anyway. So
Harrell.
Mayor Ding?
You may.
It looks great. I trust this. Cool. Can move to vote.
There's no motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All those in favor, all those against, and all those abstaining. With a vote count of 8 to 0 to 0, this bill passes. We're now in member discussion. Any members wishing to discuss? Okay, none. Miscellaneous business. That was the exact same time. Katrina, you go first.
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Okay. I hereby adjourn this meeting at 9:07 p.m.
God, man, that was a long.
Alrighty, reconvene this meeting at 9:10 p.m. Fiscal committee reports, CRT chair, or CRT committee report, Chair Tribble.
Okay, so this week we officially have impacted over 900 students and we've allocated over $290,000. Okay, in committee, old business allocations, we approved 54,295 with a vote count of 8-0, 54,299 with a vote count of 6-0. We postponed 54,297 by general consent, and we PPI'd 54,290 by general consent. And then in new business allocations, we approved 54,308 and 311 and 312 with a vote count of 6-0, 313 with a vote count of 7-0, 315 with a vote count 315 and 316 with a vote count of 5-0, 320 and 321 with a vote count of 7-0, 323 and 324 with a vote count of 5-0, 325, 326, 328, and 329 with vote counts of 7-0. We denied 327 with a vote count of 0-6-0, and we postponed 54,307, 309, 317, 318, 319, 322 by general consent, and we PPI'd 54,314 by general consent. And then bills, we approved fiscal bill 5435 with a vote count of 8-0, fiscal bill 5436 with a vote count of 6-0, and 5439 with a vote count of 8-0. And I yield to my vice chair.
Hey guys, this week we had marble loaf cake. It was really good. It was kind of sweeter than I thought, but it was I give it a 7 out of 10. So
Alrighty, are there any questions for Chair Tribble? Seeing none, FAO committee report, Chair Millington.
Hey guys, happy Thursday. In committee old business allocations, we approved 5472 and 5475 with a vote count of 9-0. We postponed 5480 by general consent and we PPI'd 5477 by general consent. New business allocations, we approved 5482, 83, and 84 with a vote count of 9-0.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Chair Millington? Seeing none, ORS committee report, Chair Wanjin.
hey y'all, we saw a decent amount of business this week, approving a bunch of VPFs and allowing 3 different RSOs to get off fiscal probation due to their VPF being late, which we also talked about changing to not have late VPFs, put RSOs on fiscal probation and change it to solely missing ones. And then I yield to my vice chair for Victor's visuals.
Hey guys, so this week we had a new member, Senator Yalaman Chile. He shared a picture in New York coming back from Tanzania, which had 3 of his favorite presidents. We also had hours of driving to find a great spot, picture of protein shake, bulk season, and the Highland Games. Ethan, as always, had roaming content. Why are we not surprised? Our chair had a picture of the MBTI test, and I was teaching my friend how to wake surf.
Alrighty, any questions for Chair Wanjin? Seeing none, fiscal legislation, notice legislation on first reading, bills, fiscal bill 5437, fiscal bill 5438, and fiscal bill 5440 are remanded to CRT. Resolutions, none. Special acts, none. Notice legislation on third reading, none. Notice legislation on second reading, bills. Is there a motion, Chair Tibble?
Move for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
Your motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Alrighty, fiscal bill 5435, funding for 16 members of the Graphic Design Student Association travel to the Creative South in Columbus, Georgia from March 30th to April 1st. D. McClellan is the RSO present.
Yes, and I yield to the RSO.
Alrighty. Just test the mic. Good. right, 5 minutes when you're ready.
I was just presenting it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Hi, my name is Sergio Owen. I'm the president of the Graphic Design Student Association here at UCF, along with Ashley. She's the treasurer. We're talking about Creative South, which is our conference, graphic design conference over in Columbus, Georgia, from March 30th to April 1st. We're looking to actually attend the day before because it's in Georgia, so we are driving ourselves there and coming back the day after the trip. Creative South is a conference that exposes a lot of our members to the graphic design community. Because we're all students, we want to get exposure to people who work in the industry. There are a lot of opportunities there to network and communicate with people who work in the industry. A lot of members from previous years have gotten internships or full-time positions or even just interviews through networking with people there. Well, members will bring back a broader network with the creative community and career development for students interested in pursuing a job in the industry. We raise a lot of our money by table sales and membership dues. These are just a list of some of the speakers that are going to be going there and we'll be learning from, and then workshops as well that they offer. This is just the itinerary. You might not be able to see it because of the colors, but it's better on the presentation that we have. This is a picture of our president from last year. Like I said before, they have scholarships available. So she ended up winning a scholarship, I believe, out of like 20, 30 applicants as well. So it was based on our portfolio. Just more pictures in regards to the amount of people that attend the event. More pictures as well. And this is just the overall breakdown of the cost. This is a student pass, so it's a little bit cheaper than they were last year we were able to attend. Due to COVID, they only didn't have any student passes available, so they only had the regular ones available, which were $500. So this is a lot better for us. We're taking 16 members as well, and then we're having 4 people per room, and this is the discounted rate through Creative South directly. Looking at the Marriott's website, it was around $270, but Creative South, the organization, blocked off a set of rooms specifically for people attending the conference. And this is the total that we were looking to help get funded for the event. Thank you.
All righty. Now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Spalding.
2, if I may.
Go for it.
So how do you plan on coming up with the other half of the money to fund the trip?
We're having members who are going pay $200, and then we're also getting funding for from GDSA for like our membership dues and table sales to for the cost as well.
Additionally, every person that we have the list they're going, and they've already agreed to pay that amount. And we also have backup people in case anything happens.
Okay, and then I see you guys have 44 active due-paying members and 16 are going. So how did you decide which 16 of the 44 would go?
Based it, we had a meeting in regards to who wanted to attend, and we only had like about, I want to say 20 people who were interested because we wanted to make sure that we were really transparent on who could go. So the priorities were making sure that they would pay anywhere from $150 to $250, or they can seeing what everyone's budget was, because we didn't know how much we were getting as far as support from SG. So that, but we also have points that we accumulate throughout the year. So let's say you attend events, you volunteer, you do table sales, that kind of stuff. You earn points, and based on where your ranking is, you're eligible to go to the events. And you have to be a paid member to be eligible to go.
All righty. Are there any other questions? Chair Temple?
Hi, good evening. So I'm sure you guys were asked this in committee, but are you aware of the post-funding procedures?
Yes.
Awesome.
All righty. Any other questions? Chair Temple?
Move to debate.
So a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. All those wishing to debate, I'm going to go Vice Chair Hurl.
Yeah, we saw them in the caucus today. We also saw them at the CRT meeting yesterday. They originally had an allocation, and we told them that they could get more doing a bill. They're just within timeline, so they've been super helpful with information. I don't have any bad things to say about this RSO. They've been on top of everything, making sure to communicate with Tribble and McClellan both. So yeah, I will be voting in favor, and I encourage all of you to do so as well.
Senator Costas?
President voting.
So noted at 9:20 p.m. Senator Caldwell.
Yeah, this is great, and we should all vote in favor. I think it's especially necessary in this specific field as it's incredibly competitive and so much is dependent on being able to go to these conferences. Things like this are very, very important in competitive fields, and I really hope you all enjoy your time and get some really great workshops out of it.
Chair Tubble.
Mayor Rating?
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I will also be voting in favor of this bill. It is great to see UCF students go out into the world of graphic design, something I will never be good at myself. But it is a very important field, an emergent field in today's economy. So I wish you all the best when we get this bill passed, and good luck to you all in the great state, in the great peach state. With that, move to vote on fiscal bill 5435.
Motion to vote on fiscal bill 5435. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 32 to 0, fiscal bill 5435 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty, moving right along, fiscal bill 5436, funding for 9 members of the Counselor Education Doctoral Student Association travel to the American Counseling Association in Toronto, Canada from March 29th to April 2nd. D.L. McClellan is the RSO president.
Should be. Can you give me like 2 seconds? Because they were here. I think they just stepped out for like a second. Or
Vice Chair Hall.
Temple.
Before we see this fiscal bill, I just wanted to give a point of information. There's a lot of discussion about this fiscal bill. So if you guys could look over the CRT caucus minutes, there is a lot of talk about the rooms. And that will probably be covered in debate, but just a fair warning, there are some religious accommodations we're trying to be accommodating for. So that is why the number of rooms is kind of different than we usually see. So, and that'll be brought up during my amendment, but just wanted to clarify, please look at the minutes if you are confused.
Brody, is there any chance that we can link the minutes on the agenda for the CRT? Yeah. D.L. McClellan.
So, seeing as we cannot locate the individual, I will do my best. I will represent them.
For the sake of it, to give more time, is there a motion to at least temporarily move to fiscal bill 5439?
So moved.
Any objections? Seeing none. Alrighty, we'll wait for that one. Fiscal bill 5439, funding for 15 members of the Student Nurse Association travel to the National Student Nurses Association's 71st Annual Convention in Nashville, Tennessee from April 12th to April 16th. Chair Wanjin. Oh, sorry. 5 minutes whenever I didn't know you were already there. 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi, you guys get to listen to me present a fiscal bill again. I know that's everyone's favorite. So yeah, this is the Student Nurses Association, which I definitely am not in nursing, but that's fine. They are going to the National Student Nurses Association annual conference in Nashville, Tennessee. Their travel dates are April 12th to 16th, which is also their flight dates. Yeah. So basically the history, they're a group of student nurses, as I'm sure you assumed. They have 86 members currently. They've been around at UCF since 1982 and are connected with NSNA, which is the conference they're going to. And this is some pictures of their RSO at the state and national conferences. So, and then doing different fundraising events. Awesome. So their contributions to the UCF community, they have been awarded Diamond Chapter, which is the highest level of honor at the state level for 8 of the past 9 years. They've also had the 2 people whose names are on that presentation, elected regional directors 5 and 7 on the FNSA executive board, and they passed a state resolution, which is really awesome. So yeah, that's what they've done at the state convention. And then at national convention, they were recognized as a stellar school, which they are hoping to get awards similar to that again this year, as well as some other awards. And they passed a resolution last year and are bringing another one with, I believe it's 5 authors this time instead of 4. Yes, and then yeah, someone sang the national anthem last year, which I didn't notice until just now. So yeah, their treasurer will also be potentially winning a national award. In case you couldn't tell, these are a couple slides that we did not really focus on because the numbers are the most important part. As far as benefits to the UCF community, they will be bringing back knowledge on organizational and leadership management at the student and professional level. They will be getting to network among nurses, other colleges of nursing, and chapters around the U.S. They'll get experience with Robert's Rules, delegation, leadership capabilities, and resolution writing, as well as just generally gaining more knowledge on the healthcare profession with leadership, research, workshops, keynote speakers, etc. That networking is really important to them. For fundraising, they've done raffles, partial proceeds, all sorts of different fundraising that will be able to make them be able to pay for that other half of the bill. If my computer could load, that'd be great. This is the cost breakdown. So they're taking 15 people, $125 for registration per person. Then the lodging cost is $229 per night. Yeah, and then 12 girls, 3 boys. So they need 1 more hotel room than you might initially think, I believe. No, that's not true. Yeah, they need 4 rooms, which is perfect. And then these are just the quotes, quote, and thank you.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Chair Temple.
I'm sure I don't really need to ask this, but I'm obligated to. Are they aware of the post-funding procedures and know what to do following the procurement of their funds?
Very aware, yes.
I thought so. Thank you.
All right, before we keep going, Chair Almanar.
President voting.
So noted at 9:27 p.m. Still in line for questions. Anybody with questions? Vice Chair Hurl.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Senator Bathejo.
I think this bill is good for all the nurses, upcoming nurses, and their numbers match. They have been producing very good results. So I don't see no reason to encourage them to go ahead. I want everybody to vote for them.
Chair Temple.
I'm in concurrence. I do believe that this is a fantastic opportunity for our nursing students here at the UCF. Nursing is not only a fantastic career, but also a very important career, especially in this day and age. So I do highly encourage you all to vote in favor of this, especially seeing as these guys will also be learning Robert's Rules of Order. And I would love it if everybody learned more about the teachings of the Brigadier General. Thank you.
All right, Senator McNutt.
Yeah, so I'm going to be voting in favor. We heard from Dr. Munoz earlier how important nursing is, and so I'm looking forward to helping support future nurses.
Vice Chair Boris.
May I retain? So the RS representatives are amazing, and I trust that ORS Chair Wanson met with them, and everything looks great. So I'll be voting in favor, and with that, I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5439. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 33 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5439 passes favorably on second reading. Is there a motion to return to Fiscal Bill 5436? D.L. McCollum, are you representing? Okay. 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to be reading off of a slideshow now. So this is the Counselors Education Doctoral Students Organization, and they are traveling to the American Counseling Association in Toronto, Canada. They are having 3 research presentations, the following. What members will bring back the benefit? They will bring back enhanced development,
enhance teaching practice, and they'll build professional networking and connecting with other mental health professionals nationally and internationally. It's in Canada. Dissemination of their research and job interviewing experience. So this is the cost breakdown, although it is no longer really accurate to the bill. Mostly that comes from the lodging. You will also see on the bill that there's 9 members going on this trip, but only 8 for registration and lodging. One of the members has paid for their own registration and taken care of their own lodging, but they will still be going with the group traveling. So that is why it's at 9 and 8. So not that slide. That was the template. So at this point, I will yield to any questions.
Alrighty. Like Vice Chair Hurl said, be sure to look at the minutes from the caucus today. But with that, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions. Chair Wondon.
Have you gotten an answer on how many individuals actually need individual rooms?
I have not. If I might provide a little bit of clarification onto and summarize the debate in the caucus. They originally requested for 8 rooms, 1 for each of their members, due to certain religious and gender accommodations that some of the individuals going presented to them. And we discussed it and we brought it down to 5 with the 5. And we don't know the breakdown or how many of the members going on this trip wanted accommodations for their own room and such. So we put it at 5. This would make it if there were 3 men and 5 women or any combination of that kind, there would be able to have 2 rooms of 2 people and then a couple of rooms, or was it 3 rooms of 2 people and then a couple of rooms for individuals for their religious and or other accommodations that they saw fit. And as you can see on right now, we left an amendment for us to discuss at bumping it up to 6, which would put 2 rooms of 2 and then the rest 4 rooms of individuals. So just to clear that up.
Alrighty. We're still in line for questions. Vice Chair Hurl.
Move to debate.
So a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Hurl.
Sorry, I forgot about the 2. Move to see my amendments as a block.
It's been a motion to see Vice Chair Hurl's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
So the motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Vice Chair Hurl, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, so we were talking in the caucus today about possibly, we originally changed it to 5 to not give every single individual their own room because we didn't want to set the precedent that we do individual rooming, then every RSO would come to us for individual rooming. So we had talked about moving it to 5, and then there was conversation about moving it to 6. I believe Vice Chair Bohr has brought up the number of 6 rooms, which would allow for 2. Oh God, math. I think it was 2 rooms with 2 individuals and 4 rooms with 1 person per room, just so we can be accommodating for religious reasons. The RSO was here during caucus. He had explained that there are some individuals that have some religious accommodations, that's the word, for privacy reasons and stuff like that. We weren't fully sure on the set number that needed religious accommodations. So that's kind of been the debate in CRT. And I'm open to questions.
We're now in line for questioning. Before we do that, Ryan, do you have a point of information?
Yeah, so when the RSO was here and we were having that debate, we kind of had a little bit of conflicting responses, because when we explained the whole situation with 5 rooms, having 2 rooms open to that, ability to have individuals, the individual said that it would be manageable and that could work. And then 6 was brought up, and they were moving and pushing towards 6. So we kind of don't know as well the breakup of who and how many of those individuals wanted individual accommodations. So we're kind of just throwing darts right now.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. All those with questions, Chair Temple.
May I direct a question to anybody in the CRT committee who can answer this?
Sure.
So do we have a precedent? This is more so out of curiosity. Have we ever set a precedent for accommodating for religious or gender reasons? I don't believe I've ever heard of them, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, so I mean, we've never been opposed to it. I don't think statutorily it states anything that we have to or we don't have to. I think most individuals on CRT would like to be accommodating, especially for religious reasons, just because we want to be inclusive, and each religion is kind of different. So I don't think there is a set statutorial that we have to be accommodating, but we would like to be, if that makes sense.
Chair Wondren.
Yeah, basically, it was just there was not really debate in CRT over whether or not to honor a religious accommodation. It was mainly a question of how many individuals who are actually attending the trip were requesting religious or gender accommodations that would not be able to be fulfilled with double rooms.
Vice Chair Boris.
Yeah, just to give some information, there's RSOs who, Lee and Christian, obviously they have to be open to everyone. And when they requested funding, they specified that the men and women, and then they had to be split. They 100% were like, that's what we're set on, that's what we need for our religious accommodations. So that's been an example, and that was honored. And then of course, like Vice Chair Harrell said, there's different religions. Some religions do require that some women be by themselves completely in certain circumstances. So we have to keep that in mind.
Pro Tem Foster.
May I direct a question to Vice Chair Harrell?
Sure.
So we had a conversation last meeting about kind of saving money for CRT because we were looking at the projection, and D-Like McClellan kind of brought up a little bit that 5 was manageable, but when they heard the idea of 6, they were pushing towards 6. So would it be possible to just do 5 to kind of save a little bit of money?
Yes. The RSO was pretty much stated that they would make it work, and then worst case scenario, if there's 2 more individuals, they can pay out of pocket to stay in a different hotel room if this is all we will cover. But I will say it's only a difference of $400 because they do have a 40% sanction, so it really doesn't change too much. Yeah, like I said, it's a difference of $400.
Senator Costas.
Yeah, just a question of clarification to D-Like McClellan or Vice Chair Harrell. The RSO is wanting an extra room because of certain religious accommodations that wouldn't allow people to share a room. Just want to make sure.
So that would be correct. Although the issue that's present is because we don't know how many of those individuals there are. We don't know if it's 2 of the 8 individuals or if it's 3 or 4. The individual that was here was not the one who has access to the roster. He was trying to contact her throughout the night, but she's working and was unable to come, and he wasn't able to get a contact, and then is not present right now. So we don't have that direct information. So we're kind of guessing. And as Vice Chair Harrell mentioned, the difference is $400, and anything over, they can still buy that individual room. They can still very much well do that, and it'd be perfectly fine. It's just whether or not we want to put that on this bill, because I mean, it is a difference of $400, but it would increase the Senate contribution by like a little bit.
Alrighty, we're still in line for questions. All those questions. Senator Caldwell. So a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. We're debating the amendment, not the bill. Senator Caldwell.
Yeah. $400 is absolutely nothing when we're dealing with hundreds of thousands in accounts. I don't think it really makes much of a difference. I think we should stress to RSOs in future, like if you're requesting these accommodations, please be very clear. But I don't know we've been doing that. So I feel like $400 isn't much to an institution, but it's a lot to an individual person to have to pay out of pocket to meet their own like necessary gender or religious accommodations. I know I couldn't cough up $400 to go to something if I wasn't planning on it. So I think we should accommodate with 6 rooms. The worst case here is that in future we have to tell an RSO like, hey, you need to be more clear. I also don't think concerns about us being too generous here will somehow spread and cause other RSOs to request individual rooms. We normally have the opposite problem of RSOs not understanding the financial process rather than RSOs understanding it so well that they can game the system to get the maximum funding. So I think we should vote for the amendment and the bill.
I'm going to go Chair Trainer and then Chair Wondon.
Yeah, I'm also going to be voting yes for this bill. For this amendment. However, I would like to see the RSO come in to justify why they need 6 rooms. I do think that we should accommodate, but yeah.
Deal McCollum and then.
For this bill to stay in timeline, it has to be passed on second and third reading tonight, and the RSO is not currently here.
Chair Wondon.
Yeah, so I would agree that $400 is basically nothing as far as like the CRT account of $620,000 is concerned. My bigger concern on the ORS side is that the last time this RSO received a fiscal bill, they only contributed 56% of the funds that they were required to. So upping their contribution at all could potentially put them under the 95% they need to be spending if they don't actually buy, if any of the costs go down or anyone drops out or there's any way that they are like, oh, this is too expensive, we need to implement cost saving measures. So that is my biggest issue with upping it any further, just because there has been issue in the past and I would not want to see this RSO be sanctioned at more than the already existing 40%.
Vice Chair Hurl.
I just wanted to add to Wanjan. I had the same concerns during CRT, and I believe it's reflected in the CRT minutes about that. I did bring up the concern of I don't want them to be sanctioned more if they can't produce this, but I will say the RSO did notify me that they have changed leadership since then. They didn't even hear about the sanction. Like they knew that they had a sanction, but they didn't know what happened. So there has been a change in leadership. I don't want to say that they won't do that again, but I also don't want to hold them to what previous leaders have done, if that makes sense.
All right. Senator Bateja.
I also think that everybody should vote for them because we know that the leadership has changed and the $400 doesn't make a sense because if there are people who really need those religious accommodations, I think we should provide those if we can.
Pro Tem Foster. Similar to Senator Caldwell, I'm not worried about CRT running out of money or because, it's just $400, but I would be worried about, setting the precedent that, oh, you can come to CRT and you can get an extra room. But kind of like Senator Caldwell also said, like RSOs don't have the fiscal knowledge to be able to like game the system. But I would like the next time an RSO has to come in to kind of be more clear and concise about the religion accommodations they need, why they need it. And kind of like Chair Trainer said, if this didn't have to be passed on third reading tonight, I would love to hear from the RSO themselves, but I will be voting in favor due to the circumstances of the bill. All righty, we're still in line for debate. Pro Tem Foster. Move to vote. So motion to vote on the amendment or the block of amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 28 to 2-1, the block of amendments pass favorably. We're still in line for debate on the bill itself. Vice Chair Borges.
May I retain
Sure.
Okay. So as the person who was really advocating for 6 rooms instead of 5, I'm glad that passed. And with that amendment, I think everything on the bill is perfect. I think they're going to do a great job. They answered our questions. So, and I move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on fiscal bill 5436. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 33 to 1 to 0, fiscal bill 5436 passes favorably on second reading. Chair Temple.
Move to return to the approval of the agenda.
So motion to return to the approval of the agenda. Any objections? Seeing none.
Move to place fiscal bills 54, 35, 36, and 39 onto notice of legislation on third reading.
There's a motion to put fiscal bill 54, 35, 36, and 39 on notice of legislation on third reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none.
Move to reapprove the agenda.
So a motion to reapprove the agenda. Any objections? Seeing none.
Move to return to fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on third reading.
So the motion to return to notice of legislation on third reading. Any objections? Seeing none. Notice of legislation on third reading. Bills. Cherry Ramp.
Motion to see fiscal bill 5435 and fiscal bill 5439 as a block.
So motion to see fiscal bill 5435 and fiscal 5439 as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Bills, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate.
For motion for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Since I'm calling us to the other one, Chair Wanjin, do you want to do the 2 minutes for these two?
Sure.
Go for it.
We passed both of these bills unanimously, so we should pass them again. Yay.
Alrighty, now in line for questions. Anyone with questions? Pro Tem Foster.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. DL McClellan.
Mayor Ting.
You may.
Yep, we all know how this usually goes by now. Nobody had an issue with these bills really the first time. I hope there isn't any since then. With that, I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on fiscal bill 5435 and fiscal bill 5439. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 34 to 0 to 0, fiscal bill 5435 and fiscal bill 5439 pass favorably on third reading. Alrighty, fiscal bill 5436, DL McClellan, 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, everybody. So one person voted against this bill. I would encourage you to please ask me any questions. I can clarify or we can discuss anything or in debate. And with that, I yield a question.
Alrighty, now in line for questions. Anyone with a question? Pro Tem Foster.
Move to debate.
So a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to debate? Pro Tem Foster.
Mayor Retain.
You may.
We just discussed this. I think a couple people said we wanted to see more clear and concise reasons for accommodations next time. And with that, move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on fiscal bill 5436. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Alrighty, with a vote count of 32 to 1 to 0, fiscal bill 5436 passes favorably on third reading. Is there a motion to go to internal committee reports? Alrighty, E&A committee report, Chair Almano.
Good evening, Senate. Today we had a short meeting in which we discussed what would be the best way to assist the Election Commission. Supervisor McGregor would like us to join the Election Commission in tabling and also attend the info sessions. She specifically requested that if the committee chairs and vice chairs could attend the meetings to help describe, like, to students that are interested in running for student government next session, like, it's just explain what we do here. And then she also wants to create a Google form with times to sign up for the info sessions so that we could go and assist her during those sessions. That's it.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Almanar, Senator Caldwell?
Yeah, what exactly does EC tabling entail? Are you just trying to get people to run in the elections?
We're letting people know, and then yes, like making sure that students who maybe don't follow student government on Instagram will be able to know that there's an election happening.
Alrighty. Any other questions for Chair Almanar? Seeing none, GAP committee report. Chair Temple is not here currently. Vice Chair Almanar.
Ethan, do you want me to make the announcements?
Sorry about that. I got roped into helping people on how to join Senate. But anyway, good day or perhaps good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We did not meet, unfortunately, today because of MLK Day. But we will be back to our normal business this coming Monday. And do be advised, we will be starting our research and analysis of all the legislation, all 116 plus bills that are coming into the Florida State Legislature right now. I've already looked through them, and let me just say, I love them. They're also giving me a cute aneurysm every now and then. That is all.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Temple? Seeing none, LGR committee report. Chair, you're right.
Hey everyone, this week we saw Resolution 5427 and passed it favorably, and we saw one absence request and approved that. And also we had ENA rep election, so congrats to Chair Wanjan for being elected. And then also, please going forward, make sure that you're attaching proof with your absence requests. I know some things like sickness, you kind of don't have proof for, and that's totally fine. But it's just inconvenient when there's easily can be proof, and then I have to like message you and ask you to attach it and blah, blah, blah. So just attach it from now on. Also, for those who have forgotten, blanket excuses are a thing. So if you have class that causes you to come after roll call, you can definitely submit a blanket excuse. And yeah.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Uray? Seeing none, SBA committee report. Chair Trainer.
Hello, everybody. We had a short meeting today at SBA. We had 5 people. It was awesome. So we were mainly debating caucus meeting time, which is looking like moving to Friday at 2, but we'll see. We were also working on designing a social media post in light of recent car robberies at the point. Also, just as a general statement, SBA has a lot of opportunities for resolutions, fun stuff like that. So if you ever need any ideas, I've got quite a lot. So that is it.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Trainer? Chair Almanar?
Can I add something to my announcements?
We'll let you go back to it in a sec. Are there any other questions for Chair Almanar or Chair Almanar? Chair Trainer. Seeing none, is there a motion to return to the ENA committee report? Chair Almanar.
Forgot to say this, but more memes will come in the Senate-wide chat if nobody joins. Please join ENA.
Thank you for that. Alrighty. Is there a motion to move to internal legislation? Notice legislation on first reading, none. Notice legislation on third reading. Constitutional amendments, none. Alrighty. Quickly, before we kind of get into it, I've talked a little bit with Pro Tem Foster as well. We have a lot of bills, resolutions, things like that to get through. My only request is that to try to either debate about new information that we did not debate last week, since we debated some of these very thoroughly. At the end of the day, you're free to debate however you want. I would just encourage, for time's sake, etc., to, let's not have 20 minutes of the exact same debate we had last week. Please. With that, bills. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Senator Palmer.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
So motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, bills. Internal bill 5426, updates to title. Y'all, which Roman? I don't know what Roman numeral it is. 11. Alrighty. Title 11, adding a non-discrimination clause to the General Code of Ethics. Senator Taché, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
What is up? This is the last time I'm ever going to have to do one of Loki's bills that he saddled me with. So I'm pretty excited about that. I will do what I did last time and just go ahead and read the contents of it because I think it's a pretty simple change. It adds a section to Title 11 that says no student government agent shall discriminate nor engage in discriminatory harassment against any individual on based upon race, color, religion, sex, national origin, ethnicity, age, disability, marital status, parental status, veteran status, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, organizational affiliation, and or affiliation with a political campaign. Again, pretty cut and dry. I think we voted unanimously to pass it last time. I think especially now that we voted down the other bill about incorporating certain other things into what you're allowed to censure people for, I think this is pretty essential. So yeah, I'll gladly take any questions.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those questions, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Hurl.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. I'm going to go Chair Urea, then Senator Costas.
I was just going to say we voted unanimously, and I was going to retain, but never mind. Okay. We voted unanimously last time, and nothing's changed, so move to vote.
So a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5426. Are there any objections? Seeing none, did you object?
I'm going to object. I haven't amended. Sorry. 2 seconds.
Do you withdraw? Yeah. In the meantime, we're still in debate. Anyone wishing to debate? Okay. Senator Caldwell.
Yeah, move to see my amendment.
So much to see Senator Caldwell's amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, question, and debate? Ayala Yalmanchili.
3-minute speeches, 3-minute question, 3-minute debate.
There's a motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute question, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senator Caldwell, 3 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I didn't think of this last time, but I'm striking specifically veteran status and organizational affiliation, specifically because unlike basically everything else here, it's not a protected status. And additionally, it's a choice someone makes. I think the real important thing is organizational affiliation. I think being able to make judgments based on the organizations that someone partakes in and works with is decently important. Clearly, I made this on the floor, so I'd love to hear your thoughts about it. If you don't think it's a good idea, share why.
All right, we're now in line for questions. Chair Wanjin.
So if the reason you're moving these because they're something that someone chooses to be a part of, why is affiliation with the political campaign not being struck?
That's a good point. I should do that. Sorry, I was just trying to move quickly.
Ayala Yalmanchili.
Would you be open to splitting the amendment into 2 separate amendments?
Can you clarify why?
So that they can be debated separately.
No, because the reasoning is the same for both all 3 items here: veteran status, organizational affiliation, and or affiliation with a political campaign are all things people choose to do. So it doesn't make sense to me to split them up as it's the same choice. But you're welcome to share why that might be an issue.
Vice Chair Borges.
Yeah, so obviously they're kind of different, but marital status and parental status could also technically be choices in hopefully all cases, but most cases.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, but I think personal life decisions are very different from engaging in like inherently political or organizational things. You know, obviously I'm involved in socialist organizations. I think it's perfectly within someone's rights to have opinions about me because they disagree with my politics. And I think this falls more along those lines.
Vice Chair Rowe.
Never mind. I realized I was gonna move to debate, but I think I saw other hand.
Senator Bethesda?
I think the affiliation with the political campaign, it does not raise suspicions about your, like, we don't have to discriminate somebody for that thing. Like, disagreeing is another thing, and discriminating is another thing. So I think affiliation with the political campaign should be there in the non-discrimination point.
I'm not sure what the question is. Could you clarify?
I'm saying, like, why are you saying that affiliation with the political campaign is not is a reason for non-discrimination?
I think the intent of this is specifically so that individuals basically holding opinions or acting in some way socially towards another based upon their affiliation with any of these things is something that's kind of prohibited and protected in Senate. But like personally, I wouldn't want to be in a social setting or engage with someone who supported certain political candidates or certain ideas that I believe are like antithetical to what I stand for. And I'm sure a lot of other people have similar feelings. I think that part of it definitely could be described by maybe like a better definition of discrimination, but I also am not like super married to this. I'm more kind of bringing it up.
Questioning time has elapsed. Is there a motion to deal and clone?
Move to debate.
Oh, okay. There's been a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, before we begin, Senator Caldwell, are you amending your amendment to add that third part?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any objections to adding that third part? Is that an objection? Okay. Seeing none, added. We're now in line for debate. I'm going to go Vice Chair Borges, Senator Taché, and then Chair Ura.
May I direct a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so last question, I promise. So obviously the only veteran senator is not here, but do you feel like because you could be forced into the military and stuff like that, we should keep this? Or do you feel like that's something you're willing to remove?
I feel like it's definitely probably the most debatable of the three. But I also think that in general, within the United States, the draft hasn't been used in decades and isn't really applicable. And also isn't something that individuals represent unless they typically align themselves with the values espoused by our nation's military.
Senator Taché?
Yeah, I was torn on this because I like it in theory, but I think because it's about discrimination and discriminatory harassment, like I'm all for not being nice to certain people I don't agree with, but when it gets to the point where it's like discriminatory or harassment, I think it gets too far that even I personally wouldn't condone going there. And I also think that knowing the person who made these amendments and knowing the thoughts behind it, I think that, if this is about certain opinions that people hold, I don't think saying affiliation with a political campaign, organizational affiliation, or veteran status has to imply that we can't discriminate against people because of their opinions. So, I don't see it as completely necessary to even necessarily achieving the goal that it was intended for, but that's just my take. So I'm going to vote no on it.
Sure.
I'm also gonna urge everyone to vote no on this for a few reasons. Personally, with veteran status, I really wish Barrickman was here to talk about this, but I think beyond the draft, there's a bunch of reasons that people kind of feel maybe a little forced into the military for certain economic reasons, and I wouldn't want them to be harassed off of those decisions, whether they wanted to or not. Also, with affiliation with a political campaign and stuff like that, I would say that while I see what you're going for, personally, I do believe that this is a workplace and that politics and things like that should not be a reason that there's like a hostile environment for everyone. So I don't really think this is a good idea. And I'm going to be voting no.
Chair Tubman?
I wanted to just put this onto the floor as a food for thought. So according to the Department of Labor, as a protected veteran under VERA, protected veterans do have a right to work in an environment free of discrimination. And according to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, there are 2 federal statutes that prohibit discrimination in employment based on your status as a service member or veteran. I just want to put that onto the floor for anybody to discuss.
I'm going to go Senator Parmar, and then time will have elapsed, so we can make a motion if we want.
Yeah, so I agree with Chair Tase in this one. Having opinions on someone's political campaigning or organizational affiliation is different, and discriminating against them for those affiliations is another story. So I think no student government agent should discriminate, can have opinions, but should not discriminate. Discrimination, personally for me, is shown in actions rather than words. So yeah, I highly recommend everyone to vote no for this amendment. Thank you.
Alrighty, debate time has elapsed. Is there a motion to extend debate? I'll go Wiley Almajili.
Move to extend debate by 1.5 minutes.
Do you withdraw that or amend that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion to extend debate? Senator Costas.
Moves to extend debate time by 3 minutes.
I still object, but I don't want to waste time. Let's just vote on this.
Chair Wanjin.
Move to vote on the amendment.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 2 to 31 to 1, the amendments do not pass favorably. We're still in line for debate. Senator McNutt.
I would like to motion to see my amendment.
So the motion to see the amendment on the page. Any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, question, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
So motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Do you any objections? Do you withdraw?
Yes.
Senator Control.
Motion for 1-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate.
There's a motion for 1-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate. Are any objections? Seeing none, Senator McNutt, 1 minute.
This will be quick, and I'm not striking anything, but I was looking closer, and it outlines in the policy 2004.2 that discrimination is also protecting pregnancy. And then I was looking closer, and we don't have pregnancy in this, and I think that would be something that we should protect against. And I hope you agree.
All right, now live for questions. I'm going to go Vice Chair Spalding, Senator Bethesda.
Just kind of, I'm looking at the document and I'm seeing what Senator Tache wrote about parental stat.
I'm so sorry. Really quick, I want you to keep going, but whatever comments made on a suggestion of the document are not something we're going to consider as debate because that's not public record, right? We can't. So, A, please do not do that. But also, let's assume that those aren't there.
Okay, so can I ask the question and pretend it's not on the document? No. Oh, yes? Okay. So does parental status not cover the pregnancy? Does that not fall under the umbrella?
Yeah, you were looking at them. But anyways, just when I was reading it specifically, it's like specifically says including pregnancy and parental status, and they're very obviously separate entities. So I was like, I think this would be important to emphasize.
Chair Dumble.
Again, I'm not quite sure how germane this is, but Title IX does specify, make that distinction between pregnancy and parental status. Make it that as you will.
Okay, Senator Bethesda, and then Chair Wonder.
May I ask, what is discrimination against pregnancy? Like, what does it mean?
Discriminating against pregnant people. So like a lot of times it actually happens very often in workplaces where like someone may be pregnant and some of their rights are taken away, or people feel like they might not be able to complete duties that they have the full capability of completing.
I don't see any more hands, so move to debate.
So motion go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm going to go Senator Tache first.
Yeah. So first of all, Brody, my apologies. I was trying to put that in there before it like got heard. so that way we could like talk about it in the comments. But yeah, the only reason I put it in there before it got heard was just because I wanted to go a little quicker. But honestly, now that we're here, this makes sense, and they are two separate things. So let's pass it.
I support this amendment because I do think that people who are pregnant deserve to be supported and deserve to be in a kind and welcoming environment, and an environment that is not hostile to them. It's as simple as that. So I support it, and I encourage my fellow senators to support it as well.
Senator McNutt, would you accept my amendment to your amendment as a friendly?
I see it, and I was not gonna accept it simply because the UCF policy states just pregnancy, which like pregnancy status, pregnancy, I think they're just synonyms of each other. So I don't think it's like essential to adding to this.
I will try it. Thank you.
Vice Chair Control.
I support this. Move to debate or move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Alrighty, with a vote count of 35 is 0-0, the amendment passes favorably. We are still in debate. I'm going to go Chair Temple.
I was going to move to vote, but seeing as there were a few hands. Oh, in that case, I move to vote on Internal Bill 5426.
Motion to vote on Internal Bill 5426. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 34 to 0, Internal Bill 5426 passes favorably on third reading. Alrighty, resolutions. Resolution 5403 updates Senate Rule 4, adding land acknowledgements. Senator Costas, 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
You thought Loki's bills were done, but they're not. But my speech will be done shortly. So I wanted to thank everyone for their time. I will keep this speech briefer than last week's. And because Senator Castellan asked last week what we can do to help Native American communities, I'll focus on a list of 6 things that we can do to assist Native American communities across North, Central, and South America. The first thing is relearn the story and history of Christopher Columbus and the settlers and tell the honest truth to others about what really has occurred over the past few centuries, the good and the bad. Join and participate and promote Indigenous peoples events, such as the one Speaker Hall and D-Leg McClellan and I believe somebody else attended last fall on campus, which I sadly did not know about, but I hope there will be more that I can attend next year. You can also support Indigenous businesses, read books by Indigenous writers, donate to things like the American Indian College Fund or the Coalition to Stop Violence Against Native American Women. And lastly, we can focus on the tribes within our local area, such as the ones that are listed on the resolution and the ones that will be mentioned when any speaker does do the land acknowledgements. Some of these tribes have lived in Florida for thousands of years, and their stories and histories are very intricate, and I think there's something that really should be cherished. And lastly, something really cool, there are some classes at UCF and a Native American Studies minor that I didn't know about. It's just 6 classes, but there are 2 classes that look pretty cool. One of them is called American History 3580, and you just learn about North American Native American communities. And then the other one is called American History 3483, where you learn the history of Native Americans in Florida, which sounds pretty awesome. I didn't know about these until recently, but yeah, thank you all.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Castellan.
First, thank you for that information, Michael. That was very, informing. 2, I just wanted to ask, because I know last time we were debating this resolution, like a lot of us were saying how we liked how this was going to be added to the Senate in the agenda of the Senate, but like a lot of us were saying, like, how could, we bring this to a university-wide scale? So like I didn't want to add it as an amendment, but like, do you think possibly like adding that, like would it be feasible for us to like bring it to like the sports area of UCF or, other, university-wide events just to, kind of amplify the effects of this resolution, but I wasn't really sure what the consent of the Senate body was. But I don't know if you considered that after that last, discussion about this bill, but yeah.
I'm definitely not opposed to that, but in terms of the feasibility, I think that would be something that we'd have to get in contact with upper administration for or the athletics coordinator of the executive branch. That's somebody we could talk to. And I think that individual working with administration could get something like that done, but it would take some work. I'm not opposed to putting that work in though. And if anybody would like to help me out with that, let me know.
Dale McClellan.
So on the event you mentioned that me and Speaker Hall attended, I only was informed about it because I was in the office when Speaker Hall was going to it, and I believe he knew about it because he had a direct connection to the event. So my question to you would be, do you have any plans or would you be interested in working with MSC, I believe, to make sure that events like that are more advertised more effectively, I suppose?
Yeah, I wouldn't know about going about planning those events right now, but MSC and maybe some of the people that teach those classes I mentioned would know how to get those events together. So I definitely should reach out to some of those people as well.
Good
evening, Senator Costas. Are you also able to work with the D&I coordinator, Jay Collins, on this as well in order to further expand the information and advocate for Native Americans going forward?
Yeah, I love that you guys are asking me while you're saying your own great ideas. Yeah, I could definitely reach out to the D&I coordinator as well. She's awesome. She used to sit next to me. So we're friendly. And yeah, I could reach out to her because I think she could also help us plan some events. So there's some people in the executive branch I ought to reach out to, and I'll do that when this bill goes through, hopefully.
Vice Chair Hurl.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Ayala Almachili.
Move to see my amendment.
So motion to see the amendment. Are there any objections? Ayala Almachili, do you withdraw?
I do not.
Okay, so we're going to pro con it. I heard Chair Wanjin first. So we're going to go pro the objection. Chair Wanjin's going to have a minute, and then con is going to be Ayala Almachili for a minute. Chair Wanjin. Oop.
Yeah, this amendment literally just undoes what we voted to do last Senate meeting. I don't see why we should spend more than like 3 minutes saying, no, we already voted to do this. So yeah, I don't know why we would put this back as it was initially in the bill when we voted pretty solidly to put it here the first time.
Ayala Almachili.
I think the amendment is important to see. I don't think matters of land acknowledgements, Pledge of Allegiances, and national anthem should be in the hands of one person, which is the office of the Speaker, in any Senate session. I think that is too much power with regards to how institutional traditions are upheld. And so I think it is a very important amendment to see.
Alrighty, we're now going to be in voting procedures. Yes is for Wanjin, pro the objection so that we won't see the amendment. Con is for seeing the amendment. Almachili. Okay, with the vote count of 24 to 7-2, the objection carries. We are still in line for debate. Chair Temple.
I was again going to retain and vote, but I will debate on this as well. I might as well. So I will be voting in favor of this bill again, not just because of the compromise that was established by Chair Wanjin in the last meeting and other individuals as well. Sorry, but also because it is important to, like, despite the distinction between the land acknowledgements and the paradox between the Pledge of Allegiance and national anthem, I would like to remind the Senate body again: this country is full of paradoxes, from the office of the presidency down to our very history, down to the very soil with which we stand upon and sit on. It is important to acknowledge those paradoxes in order to consider that this country is very unique in the eyes of the world, not just because I don't care if whether it's good or bad, evil or great under God. I don't care. The history of the United States is something that needs to be seen in an objective lens, and it needs to be acknowledged at any possibility that we can have. Moreover, it is something that needs to be not only just acknowledged, but also taught, learned, and experienced. So the land acknowledgement, as I stated before, is a good first step. It is a great first step. But moving forward, we also need to move forward with such things as planning events for Native Americans, or discussing histories of African Americans, Native Americans, Asian Americans, every minority that lives under this country's umbrella, because this country is an umbrella unto itself. And I would again like to restate, I will be supporting this bill, and I highly encourage you all to do the same.
Vice Chair Rowe,
Mayor Retain.
you may.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I will be voting in favor of this resolution. Mainly because we sometimes skip the pledge and the national anthem, and if someone really wants to hear it on a certain day, they can go talk to the speaker. I don't think having it on not necessarily a part of the agenda means that we'll never do it. I just think it means like we have more flexibility, and I think that's a great idea. But yeah, move to vote.
It's been a motion to vote on resolution 5403. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 30-3-0, resolution 5403 passes favorably on third reading. Alrighty, resolution 5416, resolution to improve pedestrian safety near the UCF campus. Senator Simcoe, you'll have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, everyone. So this resolution is to advocate for the growing issue nationwide about inadequate infrastructure for our pedestrians as well as for our cyclists. Particularly here in the UCF area, we included a list of areas or street corridors that we believe are needed to be improved upon for our pedestrian safety. And if this is passed today, I'm hoping we could send this to the list of names below, so that way we can let them be aware of our student concerns so they could address this issue as soon as possible. I'm not going to speak too much on this resolution because it seems, even though I wasn't here last week, this resolution passed very favorably on second reading. And I don't believe, there's one little amendment, but we will discuss that later. So I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
All righty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, Chair Trainer.
This is more of a question to anyone who can answer it, but last time we looked at this, I added an amendment on the second page. It's the first sentence where it says, whereas students traveling on foot, blah, blah, blah. I guess, would we need to include an additional whereas clause to ask for a solution for this?
Senator Teche.
Yeah, so the whereas clauses don't have to have hard asks in them. That's for the therefore be it resolved clauses. And if those are very general and you think that your whereas clause fits under the asks there, then you're good.
All right, still in line for questions. Dealing McClellan.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm guessing that's Dealing McClellan.
Motion to see my amendment. Or
Can I just see that as a technical? Yeah, I'll see it as a technical.
Awesome.
Okay, we're still in line for debate. We go, I guess, Ayala Almachili and then Senator Batejo.
I support this bill very strongly because UCF is, and the area around it is not exactly a safe place for pedestrians and cyclists. It is not safe at all. There have been times when I have been walking on crosswalks or biking on crosswalks, and I have almost gotten hit by cars. And part of that reason is poor lighting. It's that they don't see you coming. And so I think that when you have better lighting, cars will see, the visibility will be better, and they will see pedestrians, and they will see cyclists. And there's a common sense conclusion that can be made that better visibility probably can reduce the number of accidents in the area. And so that's a very good thing. And so I'm going to be supporting the bill, and I encourage y'all to do the same.
Senator Batejo.
I agree. I think this was favorably moved in the second reading, so I don't think there is need to prolong this. So I would move to vote.
A motion to vote on resolution 5416. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote on 34 to 0, resolution 5416 passes favorably on third reading. All right, resolution 5417, resolution in support of college affordability and tuition-free public university for all. Senator Costas, 5 minutes. When are you ready?
All right, this is really it, guys. Loki's last bill. Okay. In all seriousness, though, I do think college affordability in the United States has been something that a lot of families have been struggling with for the past few decades, especially as colleges have become more like business and corporate serving institutions as opposed to places where you can learn, conduct certain research, and use your skills out in the real world. I know a lot of people who have earned degrees, and those degrees are now useless for their fields. But with free college and college just being more affordable in general, one has the opportunity to take more classes, learn more, and not have the burden of student debt, which some people have to pay off for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years. And that is still lasting on a lot of Americans. So this would not only make college more affordable for you, your loved ones, and your children or grandchildren, it also makes college better for those who are older and maybe have already went to college but want to learn more. So this is a great bill, and I think we should pass it unanimously because it only advocates for good things for the Americans all around us. Other countries have done it. I think we should too. And thank you guys for your time.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Or Senator Palmer.
Yeah, just a random question. Are international students included in this?
Can you repeat the question?
Are international students included in this?
Give me 1 second to look. I assume international students, their tuition would be free, but when they have to come to do things like housing and certain events, those things would be paid for, but the classes themselves would be free, if that is what you're asking.
Senator Batejo.
Can we still include like writing international students in the resolution so that it's clear?
Yeah, for sure. If you want to, you can make an amendment, and we can do that right now.
Chair Tibble.
Good evening, Senator Costas. So I guess on behalf of Senator Loki, former Senator Loki, how do you intend on advocating for this bill? Do you intend to work with federal legislators on this matter moving forward?
there's a lot of ways to advocate for this. Passing it is only the first thing, but I do want to find ways that we can continuously keep this in mind as we elect legislators, as we find people that we want to represent us, and we make sure that they have this in mind. Even if it's not college affordability for the nation, we can have state legislators and local legislators that want college to be more affordable for people that live around them. But after this, I will send it out to some of those people listed below, and I will try to see what can be done to see how the university can help us through this. But it's not in the university's interest to do this because they don't make as much money.
Vice Chair Roll.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. McClellan, I'll see those as technical. Senator Taché.
Can I move for a 1-minute recess so they can write that amendment?
Okay, there's a motion for a 1-minute recess. Are there any objections? Is that an objection? Do you withdraw?
Motion to see my amendment on the bill.
Oh, all righty. There's a motion to see the amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
So motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is that an objection? Yeah. Withdrawal.
I was going to ask if we can just see that as a technical because it's just adding just for out-of-state and international students. Unless you want to speak.
I'm not going to see that as technical just because it does change it, but Vice Chair Control.
Move for 1-minute speeches, 1-minute questioning, 1-minute debate.
So motion for 1-minute speeches, 1-minute questioning, 1-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none. Senator Palmer, minute.
Pretty straightforward. Just like we talked about, international students also pay the same amount of tuition as out-of-state students, and I think we should get the benefit for free tuition. So yeah, thank you.
All right, now in line for questions. Vice Chair Rowell.
Move to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Vice Chair Control.
Move to vote.
So motion to vote. Any objections? You withdraw?
Yes.
Vice Chair Ochoa.
So I will be speaking against this amendment. I used to be an international student actually, and I just did some simple calculations. There are actually 20 million students, international students in the United States. And if you do the math, that's $200 billion, our tax money, and international students actually don't pay taxes. I used to be an international student, so I didn't pay taxes back then. So I just don't think it's fair to include international students in this bill.
Chair Almoner.
Yeah. As much as I would like the government to spend its funding on education like this, it's not realistic given that we don't even spend money on our current state of education. So I also have to agree with Senator Ochoa about this. Like, it sucks that we're current international students can't pay, but they're also under a student visa, which only lasts a certain amount of time before they have to return to their home country. And then have to do another sort of application. So when they don't pay taxes, it's an unfortunate situation, but it's kind of not fair. So I'm gonna have to vote no on this amendment.
I'm gonna let Senator Taché briefly.
Yeah. I don't pay taxes either because I don't have a job. If you have a job and you work in this country, you pay taxes. It doesn't matter if you're a citizen or not. International students, if they are workers the same way any other student would pay taxes here.
Alrighty, debate time has elapsed. Senator Palmer.
Move to vote.
Motion to vote. Any objections? Do you withdraw? Senator Boteja, is there a motion to extend debate?
Motion to extend the debate by 1 minute.
There's a motion to extend debate by 1 minute. Are there any objections? Is that an objection? debate elapsed, so I don't take board information if we extend it. Any objections? Seeing none. 1 minute. Senator Tejo.
When international students do work on campus on their visa, they do pay taxes. So it's not like they don't pay taxes. When they work for somebody, they do pay taxes, because on the student visa, international students are allowed to work 20 hours on campus, and when they do pay taxes. So it's not right to say that the international students don't pay taxes.
Jerry Ray.
Just a point of information, I think what they were referring to is property taxes, which I'm pretty sure is what funds education. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm gonna let Chair Campbell.
Just point of information, doesn't matter if you're an international student or a citizen, you still got to pay something like sales tax. Like they can't not pay taxes in the US. That's not a thing.
We'll go Vice Chair Spalding and then Senator Costas briefly.
Yeah, so all international students and scholars on an F or J visas must file a form 8843, even if they don't earn an income while studying in the United States. So they do have to file taxes.
Senator Costas.
I'll keep it brief. I do understand the sentiment, but I also think that we should consider that these international students, when they come here, would still be paying a fair amount of money for housing. Some of the classes that we pay for at this school are useless. I've experienced those classes. The professors don't even do a good job, and I'm sure some of you guys can resonate with that. It's a lot of money. And also some of the students that come from other countries, maybe coming from third world countries, where they hope to come here so they can actually make money, not spend more of it, that may go to a professor who doesn't even do their job adequately.
Alrighty, debate time has elapsed. Chair Temple.
A motion.
Go for it.
Move to vote on the amendment.
Motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. We'll vote kind of 24 to 5 to 5. The amendment passes favorably. We are still in debate. Chair Temple.
I'll make this rather brief. I will be voting in favor of this bill to explain some other misconceptions that Vice Chair Spalding had brought up as well. Students in the U.S. on F1 visas are not required to pay employment taxes, but they are required to pay federal and state taxes. So meaning they don't pay taxes such as those towards Social Security, Medicare, or FICA programs. Moreover, international students will be taxed in the same manner as non-resident alien Americans for federal income tax purposes. Beside the point, though, it is imperative not just as a student, but also as an American as a whole in order to receive a good education, because a good education allows you to gain a very good job in this economy, especially considering how advanced this economy is becoming. There have been a lot of Americans who have been left behind because of their inability to afford college. College is extremely expensive nowadays, more so than it has ever been in prior years. There was a time in the American history where we almost had heavily subsidized or even free education under the Truman and Eisenhower administrations. And even under the LBJ administration, the Great Society, as most especially, was poised to give us extremely subsidized different priority, education. Thank you. So the short end of it is, in order to be a well-versed, well-paid, well-established American who also is well-versed in the matters of state, in order to participate in the democratic republic that we live in, we need good education, and we need education for more individuals moving forward. And I think the best way to go about it is to make it more affordable. Not necessarily free, but definitely more affordable.
Vice Chair Hurl.
I was going to ask to retain, but I see amendments. I don't remember if I said this last week, but I will say out-of-state tuition is expensive. And unfortunately, there is no undergrad program for photonics in Colorado anywhere. So I had to go out of state, and it sucks. So I will be voting in favor of this, and I encourage all of you to do so as well.
I'll see the amendments as technicals. Ali Almanchili.
I'm going to be supporting this bill Student debt in our country is a cancer. It grew from 500 billion in 2006 to 1.73 trillion in 2021. So it has more than tripled in the span of 15 years. And so people need relief. Poor people need to be able to attend college. Rising student debt means that people need to spend more time in their lives paying off their debts instead of moving on to bigger and better things like buying houses, like settling down, like building families. So student debt is really harmful to the US economy and is a drain on our country. And the student debt in the US is literally the size of the economy of Brazil or Australia. And this is pretty bad. So we need to encourage people that make them aware about this and push the idea that education should be more affordable, ideally free, so that there are no barriers in college affordability and access. So I'm going to be supporting this, and I encourage my fellow senators to do the same.
Alrighty, I've heard 3 speeches in affirmation. Are there anyone speaking against? No? Okay. With that, I'll take a motion. Chair Tumble.
Move to vote on Resolution 5417.
So motion to vote on Resolution 5417. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. With a vote count of 33 to 2-0, Resolution 5417 passes favorably on third reading. Alrighty, Resolution 5422, resolution to expand and redevelop bike lanes at UCF. Chair Almanar, 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Before we start, can I make a motion to postpone this for next week?
Okay. There's a motion to postpone. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Resolution 5422 is postponed to next week. Resolution 5423, resolution advocating to make Juneteenth a UCF holiday. Chair Holmes, 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. So essentially, we saw this last week. This is just to advocate to make Juneteenth a UCF holiday for summer staff, faculty, and students. And I added some more sponsors on here from some more Black organizations. If you have any questions regarding the sponsorships or anything in the clauses, I'm open to questioning.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Chair Rip.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate. I'm going to go to Chair Almanar first.
I'll be voting in favor of this bill. I think that now more than ever, we need to have days where we can look back at history and look and see that things were not like the way they were taught. I never knew about Juneteenth growing up and learning about American history, but I know now, thanks to very good organizations that have made the rest of the United States aware of the fact that some people were not freed when the Emancipation Proclamation was stated by President Lincoln. So I will be voting in favor.
Alrighty. Senator Bateja.
Move to vote.
Motion to vote on Resolution 5423. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. With a vote count of 34 to 0, Resolution 5423 passes favorably on third reading. Alrighty, special acts none, notice legislation on second reading, constitutional amendments none, bills none, resolutions. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Double.
Due to the amount of time, I move for 3-minute speeches, 7-minute questioning, 7-minute debate.
Motion for 3-minute speeches, 7-minute questioning, 7-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Resolution 5415 updates Senate Rule 2, standing ad hoc committees and caucuses. Senator Palmer, 3 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, Senate. I hope everyone had a great winter break. I apologize I was not able to attend the first meeting. I had a mild ankle twist. As we all know, senators have the responsibility of advocating for the student body. Our various committees help students in many ways across campus. Each senator currently must sit on at least one committee and a maximum of 2. I understand that such an upper limit is necessary for an individual to not gain a lot of voting power. However, I also do believe that any individual who has the time and passion to work for the student body should be allowed an opportunity to do so. Resolution 5415 aims to provide senators an opportunity to assist students through other committees. The reason I say it provides an opportunity is because a senator must be approved by the Senate Executive Committee first before being appointed or elected to more than 2 committees. I believe the Executive Committee consists of accomplished senators among the student body members. The Executive Committee members must have seen the actions of the senator. If the senator has been working hard towards student advocacy and has been actively participating in the government meetings. Of course, this does not mean that any individual should skip class for government meetings. I would like to put my trust in the leadership abilities of the Executive Committee that they cross-check the senator's schedule and any other responsibilities to ensure that the senator is available to be an active participant. The main reason for such a check is to ensure that the committees meet quorum. Committees not having enough attendance causes major hindrance for the body to provide assistance to the university students. Just having passion to help students is not enough reason to be allowed more voting power during committees. One must take an active effort to fulfill the responsibilities they are given. Reiterating myself, I trust that the Executive Committee will ensure that such a senator can be an active participant in government business without the expense of their classes. I would be glad to answer any questions any senator may have regarding this resolution and have a healthy debate on it. With that, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. I'm going to go Pro Tem Foster first.
May I direct the question to LJR?
You may.
Okay, I see that this passed unfavorably by a huge margin, so 1 to 2. So I guess I wanted to hear debate from the committee on why it passed unfavorably.
Okay, this was quite a while ago, but I remember the talk about having too much power by sitting on too many committees was like the main issue that people weren't really comfortable with.
Jerome.
So essentially I wanted to ask, would you see a problem, I guess, essentially with a senator sitting on too many committees, and that could affect most likely their academic standing?
Yes, that's why I specifically wrote that the Executive Committee first has to confirm the senator schedule so that they can make sure that there are no class conflicts, there are no job responsibility conflict, and the senator can actively give time, whereas while not at the expense of their class grades and stuff like that.
Vice Chair Castle.
May I direct the question to LJR?
You may.
Would you be able to clarify exactly how sitting on too many committees results in one having too much power?
Yeah, so I remember Katrina was the main person that was kind of talking about this, but just having too much voting power. So you could vote on a bunch of different things instead of having your 2 votes that everyone else has was kind of the issue that they saw.
Chair Wonjin.
To clarify, this is a question, not an answer to that question.
Okay, go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I direct one to the LJR chair and then one to the
Go for it.
author? Would you be willing to state how many representative positions you currently have filled on LJR?
1.
So when only one of the 5 available representative positions are open or are filled on committees, which means I literally have the power as ORS chair and the singular LJR rep to sit on all 7 committees, do you really think that it is necessary to create another method for people to be sitting on more than two committees when the positions we already have that allow you to do that are not being filled.
I understand that the position of representatives are currently not filled. However, that does not mean that in the future they will not be. This body is pretty big, and at some point in the future, there might be a possibility that all the representative positions are filled. And during such a circumstance, I believe that any senator who still wants to help students in a more active manner has the opportunity to do so while not being a representative. I hope that answers some.
I'm gonna go Senator Costas and then Ayala Almachoy.
Two questions, if I may. One to Senator Parmar, one to a committee chair. All right. The first one is to Senator Parmar. I definitely understand the sentiment behind this bill, especially seeing that some committees have struggled to meet quorum in the past. I wanted to ask, do you think there would be a problem if, for example, a committee like GAP runs out of space and there is let's say a senator serving on two committees already, and that senator is now taking up a spot in the GAP committee, and there are some other senators who aren't serving on any and they would want to serve in something like the GAP committee, but it's already full because let's say there's one or two senators, taking up that space. How would you go about resolving something like that? And do you think it even should or could be resolved?
Yes, absolutely. So this was one of the concerns I had while I was writing the resolutions, that one of the committees might get full and then new senators might not be able to join it. That's why I believe that the executive committee would be able to beforehand take that into account and make decisions accordingly, so that there are still available slots for other new members, whereas some active senator is able to participate without the committee completely filling it. That's why during my speech I specifically said twice that I trust the capabilities of the executive committee to make the correct decision at the right time while providing the senator an opportunity to sit on more than two committees.
I'm gonna go Chair Temple. Oh no, I said Ayala Almachoy. Yeah. Or yes, I did. No, there was a second question. I'm so sorry.
You're good. It's been a long night, I assume. May I direct the question to the ENA chair real quick?
Sure.
Just because you have only 4 senators in your committee, do you think this would positively affect your committee?
It is something I've thought about, but at the end of the day, I don't think senators being able to join more than 2 committees would change the issue of ENA right now. I think it is just that, like, since we're in spring and the only thing we have to do is work with the election commission, there are senators that want to split their focus with other things, because when the 55th session starts, when they start having executive appointments, that will be a full committee the same way it was this time. The issue with ENA right now is just, I would like there to be more people, but there's not really enough work for like a full committee for ENA at the moment. But also, it's a thing of like people. I don't want people to get overworked if there's too many committees that they're joining, right? There's also the caucuses to think about. Every senator here could join like every single caucus, and if you let them also join like almost every committee, then where's their time for, like, mental health time, personal time off, or like being able to do homework? Like it might create an unhealthy work environment for those who want to try to do everything.
Okay, Ayala Almachoy, and then debate will overlap, or questioning will overlap.
You said that the Senate exec can approve if a senator wants to join more than 2 committees. Perhaps a senator can show their schedule to Senate exec, and that exec can see if they have the time to do it or not. Have you been concerned that senators having to show their schedules to Senate exec might be rather intrusive?
Since this is something which is new, that since many people do not are opposed, I'm sorry, that's the wrong word. To answer your question, no, I do not think that it would be intrusive. If the senator actually wants to sit on the more than 2 committees, I believe they should be willing to complete the process. If they really want to help students, then I think they would be willingly give the information required to Senate exec for their approval to sit on more than 2 committees.
Alrighty, questioning time has elapsed. We are now in debate. Before we start debate, I'm going to see the amendments by Urea, Wanjin, Temple, and McClellan as technicals. I know that those are updating the current rosters. And with that, we're now in debate. I'm going to go Senator Batheja first.
I agree with. I'm in favor with whatever Palmer is putting forward. I think it is responsibility of senator to choose if he has the time to participate in another committee. It's not like their mental health will suffer because they are being pushed into getting into more than 2 committees. They have the choice, so it's just giving the choice to them, so that if they have the time, they can join those committees. So I'll be voting in favor of the bill resolution. Thank you.
Senator Palmer.
Motion to see my amendment on the resolution.
There's a motion to see the amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 2-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
So motion for 2-minute, do you say 2-minute, 3 and 3? 2-minute speeches, 3-minute question, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senator Palmer, 2 minutes.
Yeah, so the reason it became 3 was during NJR. I believe it was Senator Bores who gave the suggestion for keeping it at a max of 3 committees. However, at this point, I see that just as a technical, since the right would be good, approval process would be through executive committee. I think executive would be able to understand if the senator is able to sit on 3 or more than 3 or 4 or 5, depending on the circumstance. But I believe that the executive would not do such a circumstance unless it's a rare exception. So I don't see I don't see the reason for capping it at 3. Thank you.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. Chair Temple.
2, if I may.
Go for it.
Apologies if I word these very wrong, but wouldn't this exacerbate the issue that Chair Wanjin had brought up? Like, this would provide an avenue for people to abuse more or less the system and try to gain more voting power on each committee?
Agreed, yes. So this would cause an issue with the voting power and the overall balance of Senate votes. However, not all senators would be approved. We cannot assume that all senators would be approved. So something which was brought up during the LGR committee was that the current Senate Executive Committee is currently too lenient and may approve every senator. And I personally do not believe that the leadership positions are so lenient and would not make an issue of giving a senator too much voting power.
Is that a follow-up?
So bouncing off that logic, then wouldn't it be? Never mind. I lost my question. My apologies.
Senator Batheja.
But isn't it like if somebody sits in 4 committees, let's say, if somebody's studying and side by side doing this, it's not realistic to put somebody into 4 committees. I think 3 committees should be the cap.
Okay, I understand. So is there a question? Sorry.
Like, why is there not a cap at 3? Why do you want people to get into 4 committees when they're already studying also and doing the student government business also?
I'm not telling people to go and sit on 4 committees. I'm just giving them, if they have the time, if they're only taking, let's say, 1 class, or they are not taking any classes and are just working for government and have too much time on their hands and want to sit on committees, just giving them the opportunity to do so, so that, let's say it's a summer session, right? And the senator is free. And so they can sit on more committees during that period of time, just for that. So just to have the opportunity right there is what I'm going towards.
I remember my question. So say in a hypothetical, you have a student that joins student government and has 15 credit hours, and they are doing other clubs, they are preparing for, say, medical school or law school, and they decide to join Senate, and they decide to go this route. How will they be able to balance this? Because if I may continue, as you know, committees can be typically very lengthy and they can be very time inducive. For example, CRT can take roughly 3 hours or 2 or 3 hours, or a gap can be very, depending on the chair, it can be very labor intensive. I'll get to my question. So how would you be able to balance that? That's my question.
Good question. Since this is a hypothetical situation, I would assume that the right of balance would be in the hands of the senator himself. The executive committee would obviously have a look at the student schedule and see that he has many clubs, he is doing 15 hours. And I don't believe that they, in such a circumstance where they see that the student is already packed to the brim, they would, the committee would approve such a senator to sit on more than 3 or more than 2 committees.
All right, questioning time has elapsed. We're now in debate. All those wishing to debate. I'm going to go Chair Wandering first.
I think there should definitely be a maximum, and I think 3 makes sense. Not only is the whole voting power argument a thing where one senator could be sitting on 7 committees if Senate exec approved it because they have time. But it allows students to overwork themselves a lot more than we should really be allowing, given that this is, as the person who overworks myself, I would not like to create more avenues for other people to do it because it's terrible for you.
Wait, just before, so we continue, Senator Palmer, you're accepting the other amendment as friendly?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
You're accepting Senator Betheja's amendment?
No, I'm talking about my amendment, the more than 2.
Okay.
I don't think we have reached Senator Betheja's. I think he will be the one.
Yeah,
going
I'm just clarifying. Senator Taché.
Yeah, this debate is pretty much the same as what I would have given for the resolution as a whole. If anyone's crazy enough to want to sit on more than 2 committees, we should let them. Like, I don't think it's that deep. Like, if someone doesn't do a lot of other stuff, then they have the time. Like, the amount that I dedicate to RSOs is like way more than sitting on like 4 committees in every caucus. So it's like, if someone's not doing other stuff outside of this, like, it is not too much work to sit on another committee. Like, it's not that big of a deal. If someone wants to put in more labor into this organization, so like we don't have to, that would be lovely. I like when people work harder so the rest of us don't have to. I don't see any problem with this. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry.
Chair Trainer.
Yeah, I second Taché on this for reasons he already said. I also just wanted to add that it isn't like every single senator is going to do this in general. And also, we have a giant council of people that will decide whether or not they can or cannot do that. I think it's pretty unrealistic to think that people will take 7 committees. I yield my time.
Chair Holmes.
May I direct a question to Brody? A question or 2? Okay.
Sure.
First question. How often do you see a student government agent that devotes a lot of time to student government, I guess, fall in their academic standing? And how frequent do you see that?
So I would say most years there are some students who spend time with student government, spend more time with student government than is beneficial for their classes. To toss out kind of an opinion, like I think that's going to happen regardless of this bill. Like, you know what I mean, right? Like to some extent, as Katrina mentioned, right? Like there's various routes to participate. And also, like, we have people that want to go to every committee, even if they're not a member. You know what I mean? So, like, so yes, people definitely prioritize student government over their grades every year.
Okay, I'm gonna go Chair Urea, and then time will have elapsed.
I'm going to say I'm against this only because we have a bunch of caucuses that need people to join. So if you really want to get involved, I think there's other avenues as well that actually really need participation, also with rep positions as well. So that's kind of why I'm against it, because I think there already is avenues for this.
Alrighty, debate time has elapsed. Is there a motion to extend Senator Betheja?
Motion to extend debate time by 1 minute.
Motion to extend debate time by 1 minute. Are there any objections? Any withdrawal?
Okay.
Alrighty. We're now in voting procedures. We will count at 12 to 21 to 2. The amendment is not agreed to. We are still in debate. Chair Wondon.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of this resolution because currently again, we have 4 out of the 5 representative positions empty. I haven't seen all of them full since I think the middle of summer. I think we haven't had an SBA rep since the beginning of summer from LJR. I know I haven't had an FAO rep from ORS since Vice Chair Borges had to resign from ORS. Until I see those positions getting filled, I don't think that this resolution makes any sense. I think we need to be filling the positions we already have and having people in those spaces where they can already do this, but kind of be held more accountable through the committee and the chair who are overseeing them directly, like while they are also serving on another committee, before I have any interest in creating this.
Chair
Yeah, I similar sentiments to Chair Wanjin. I disagree with the sentiments of this bill. I think this only works if we have a very small legislative body where we have the same amount of committees, but not the same amount of people to fill the committees, so that we would have to need multiple people to sit on more than 2 committees. But in theory, I don't see this chamber drastically losing members, so I don't see a need for this necessarily, so I will be voting against this.
Holmes.
Yeah, I'm going to echo the sentiments of the 2 previous senators. Not only do I think this would create an imbalance of voting power throughout the committees, but I also believe that it would enable students who do not prioritize their work to further indulge themselves. Like Brody said, they're going to do it regardless. So I don't believe that creating more room for them to involve themselves more in student government that's detrimental to them is healthy. So I'll be voting no on this resolution. Bill, sorry.
D-Log McClellan.
Motion to see my amendment.
Motion to see D-Log McClellan's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Motion for speech, questioning, and debate. Chair Temple.
Move for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate.
Motion for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none. D-Log McClellan, 2 minutes.
So I'm just striking this one whereas clause that says that this bill will allow senators to practice or like prepare to become the pro temp. There's a lot more that goes into being pro temp or any of the deputies than just sitting on the committees. I mean, it is true that if I wanted to, I could tell Deezer Patel and Pro Temp Foster to take a week off and I could go to all committees, but I would really wish they would tell me not to if I tried to. But I don't think that this should be used as that, because if that was the case and people start thinking that, oh, this is the surefire way I can buff it up and I could become pro temp, then we're gonna have a lot of people doing this, a lot more people doing that because of that incentive. And each time you appoint somebody to more than 2 committees, that takes a seat in that committee that somebody else could have been on. And I don't think that is cool.
All right, now line for questions. All those questions? Chair Temple.
Move to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Ailey Allen-Chile.
I agree with this amendment because I don't think that we should be encouraging people that, hey, if you want to be pro temp, you should sit on as many committees as you can. That seems like a surefire way to encourage political opportunism for those who want to ignore their academics and pursue student government activity just so they can get a leadership job. I don't think we should be encouraging that. So I very much support this amendment, and I'm going to be voting for it. And I encourage my fellow senators to do the same.
Senator Palmer.
Yeah, I like this amendment as well. I agree with the point that it might incentivize senators for pro temp and speakers. So I did not think of that possibility. So thank you for pointing that out. And yeah, I'll be in favor of this amendment.
Chair Temple.
Move to vote on the amendment.
Motion to vote on the amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 26 to 3 to 5. The amendment passes favorably. Prior to that, I heard 3 speeches in negation. Are there any senators wishing to speak in favor of this legislation? Senator Costas?
Real quick, not in favor or against. I just wanted to point out, even if you are not specifically on the committee, you can go sit there as a non-committee member, and the committee will likely give you the opportunity to speak when you would like to speak. Just wanted to put that out there.
Seeing as there were no negations or no speeches in affirmation, is there a motion, Chair Temple?
Senator Tesh. Move to vote on Resolution 5415.
Motion to vote on Resolution 5415. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Vote count of 7 to 27 to 1. Resolution 5415 does not pass favorably on second reading. Resolution 5418, resolution advocating for the University of Central Florida to improve parking garage access. Pro Tem Foster, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you guys. So originally I wrote this piece of legislation before Halloween. It's been sitting on unfinished business for 3 months. So I wrote a nice little speech so we can get down to it. Try to keep everything short and sweet. So this was something I wanted to see change for a while here at the university. And it's obviously no secret that parking here at the University of Central Florida is atrocious. The garages are unsafe, dark, and flat out dangerous. Whether you're in car or on foot, you should never feel like you're about to get hit by an erratic driver in the garage. In addition, financial employee was struck and killed on August 25th, 2022 by a driver in parking garage F while walking down a ramp. And to me, that's simply unacceptable that a school of 70,000 students, that we don't have top of the line safety measures in parking garages to deter tragic accidents like this from happening. 50% of parking spots on campus are made up of parking garages according to UCF Parking Services. So it's not like you can simply avoid these problems that it does affect a lot of UCF students. 70,000 students go to the school, so 35,000 have issues with parking. However, I cannot place all the blame on the drivers. Some of the blame falls on the university as well. The university needs to implement safety measures in the parking garages, such as mirrors, which Jason Warren, the founder of National Safety Mirror, says will vastly improve visibility and safety in parking garages for vehicles and pedestrians alike. Student Tim Rice stated in an article by Nicholson School Media that they wish that parking garages here on campus had mirrors so people can see what's coming around the corner of a garage. Safety is a top priority here at the University of Central Florida, and constructing mirrors will create a safer environment in the parking garages and be a great stepping stone to further improve parking garages safety here on campus. And I feel like as a student government agent, it's my duty to represent my constituents, and seeing as in this article, people want us to improve parking garage safety. That's what I'm intending to do with this resolution, and I yield the rest of my time.
Alrighty, we're now online for questions. All those questions, Chair Temple.
2 quick ones, if I may. Actually, just the one. So, Pro Tem Foster, regarding this resolution, given how long, first off, have you been able to meet with your contacts regarding this to try and fix these issues?
Not yet. I really wanted to speak to Avery, but I've seen her in the office like maybe twice for the last week. I did send her an email, so hopefully she gets around to it soon. So maybe before it passes on third reading, I'll be able to have a conversation with her to kind of see where her head is at.
And my second question, just remembered, is considering that you are graduating this semester, congratulations, by the way, on that. How do you intend on advocating for this beyond, should this project be taking a longer time than you expect?
Yeah, this was actually something that I was thinking about even while writing legislation. I was like, oh man, I'm kind of graduating in the spring, but even if it's not for me, I don't want people in the future to have to deal with the same issues that I went through. I think that's kind of like what a leadership position is all about. It's like I kind of went through the mud, so I don't want other people to have to do it. I have a lot of contacts in administration at the university, so I hope that at least in my transition binder, this is something that I'm very passionate about. And you know, SBA did help edit the legislation a little bit. Chair Trainer kind of sponsored it, so I hope that, you know, in his transition binder that he can leave a guideline or a blueprint to be like, hey, this is kind of what we worked on in this session, so this is how to keep it going forward. And in my transition binder, I would like to leave my contact information so people can contact me regarding it on the progress of the legislation.
Chair Wonjin?
I'm just curious about, I might be missing something that you saw, the relevancy of the two whereas clauses about emergency blue light phones.
Yeah, I had some people edit the legislation, and then I told them like they need to take out a couple clauses. So I guess they haven't done that yet. A couple sponsors read it, or a couple sponsors. I was like, hey, you can kind of take out the clauses. So I'm kind of waiting for them to do that.
All right, still in line for questions. Chair Almanar?
I know you've been working this on a long time, but do you know the financial feasibility that the university is in to make these improvements to the garages?
So after doing like my basic research, it's very cheap to install like mirrors in parking garages. Now, regarding the universities, I guess financial, how do I want to say this? I guess their financial situation regarding the parking garages. So it's not a secret that the parking garages aren't paid off, but I think when it comes to safety, they should be able to pull that money from somewhere to implement parking garages, because it's very expensive whenever the university sometimes at fault for like, oh, someone was hit in the parking garage or somebody's car was hit. I know a lot of people to where their car was hit and people just ran off. So it's proven that the mirrors will stop things like that from happening. So I do think it would be cheaper in the long run to kind of install the mirrors because it prevents damages, or maybe the university being sued because somebody got hit by a car and the parking garage is dangerous. So while I don't know the exact numbers of how much it would cost in the long run, it's proven that it would be cheaper to have them.
Dylan McCollum?
To bounce off of that, I do believe a legend of this early session, Senator Maury did kind of outline that exact thing, how it'd be very simple to put plastic ones in the garages and then just to bolt them down. It would be very, very fast. You'd have to maybe just close one garage at a time over the night when nobody's in there, and you can get it done really quick. Stuff like that.
Vice Chair Hurl?
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm going to go Vice Chair Ruchoa first.
Yeah, I will be voting in favor of this resolution. Earlier today, I was at Garage H and I actually saw a car going the wrong way, full speed, and was very close to hit me. So with that in mind, I encourage you guys to also support this resolution.
Chair Moto?
Yeah, I support this because last week I literally saw a 4-car accident in Garage C. So we definitely need to have something in place to make sure our students are safe.
Before we continue, I'm going to see the amendments on the page. Oh, wait. Y'all, come on now. I'm going to see the ones at least. Oh, Brody's not even there. Aloe, are you okay? The ones either from Nick and ones that are just clerical removed. I see 2 whereases from Chair Temple that need to not be approved. Outside of that, I think everything else is good. Yeah, that's what I meant. Grounds as well. All right, still in debate. Chair Temple?
Quite confused. Move to see my amendments as a block.
Supposed to see Chair Temple's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple?
Move for 1-minute speech, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate.
Motion for 1-minute speeches, 2-minute question, 2-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, 1 minute.
All right. So as Pro Tem Foster had said, and had Chair Wajina pointed out, these emergency blue light clauses don't particularly mean much to the wider resolution as a whole. So I had taken the liberty to just outright remove them from the resolution, so this bill can be cleaned up a bit more. And then, of course, the SDES had since rebranded themselves as Success and Wellbeing, Student Success and Wellbeing. So I just made the correction to reflect the current name.
All right, now line for questions. Vice Chair Hurl?
Move to debate.
This motion go to debate. Are there any objections? Is that an objection? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Aloe?
May I be so bold as to offer a suggestion? If you're gonna delete another whereas clause, why not include it in the same amendment? I know that was a suggestion by Nick and you said to accept suggestions by Nick, but that was a bigger one, so I did not. Unless you'd like to see it as a technical.
Well, Nick's the sponsor. That's why if he wants to take
Okay.
something out, he can. Yeah, but Chair Temples
Technical
are
it
different.
is.
I'm seeing them as technical. That's where we're at. All right, Chair Trainer.
May I retain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually appreciate this amendment, Chair Temple, because I was the one who wrote that part, and at the time of writing, it was SDES, but yeah, I see it's been updated, so thank you. And I would like to vote on the amendment as a block.
To vote on the amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 33 to 0. The amendments pass favorably. We're still in debate. Vice Chair Rowe,
May I retain?
you may.
Yeah, I think we can all agree parking garages are scary and very dangerous. So I will be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do so. With that, move to vote.
Special vote on resolution 5418. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. We will count 34 to 0 to 1. Resolution 5418 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty. Resolution 5426 updates Senate Rule 2, changing the name of the Hispanic Latinx Caucus. Vice Chair Castillo, I'm aware you want a motion to postpone until next week. There's been a motion to postpone. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw, Vice Chair Castillo? Bill McClellan?
Could I get a reason why, please?
Because Mel was the one who wrote all the whereas clauses, so I wouldn't be able to properly explain this bill.
Alrighty. Vice Chair Castillo.
Move to postpone.
There's a motion to postpone resolution 5426. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Chair Wanjan.
Move to go to miscellaneous business, ANSF Budget Committee elections.
There's been a motion to go to ANSF or miscellaneous business ANSF budget elections. Are there any objections? You withdraw?
No.
Okay. So we're going to pro-con it. Again, pro the objection is Harrell. Con the objection is Wanjan. Harrell, 1 minute whenever you're ready.
Yeah, we have one more resolution, and I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. So I think we should just get it done.
Chair Wanjan.
I'm not sure that resolution is going to be as easy as you think. And these elections need to get done. Otherwise, we will have a vacant seat on Budget Committee because I can't push back our meetings any longer.
Alrighty. We're now in, there's no questions. We're now in voting procedure. Pro the objection is Harrell to move forward with the next resolution. Con is Wanjan to move to miscellaneous business. Alrighty, the vote count of 11 to 21 to 1. The objection does not carry, and we have moved to miscellaneous business. Elections, ANSF Budget Committee. Is there a motion to open the floor for ANSF Budget Committee nominations? Alrighty, are all those wishing to nominate or self-nominate? I'm going to go Senator Parmar. Who's up first?
I wish to nominate myself.
Alrighty, Parmar. I'll go Pro Tem Foster then.
I nominate Vice Chair Harrell.
Do you accept?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Chair Tubman.
I move to nominate Senator Borges, or Vice Chair Borges, sorry.
Vice Chair Boris, do you accept?
I accept.
Senator Costas.
I wish to nominate Senator McNutt and Senator Batija.
Senator McNutt, do you accept?
Sure.
Senator Batheja?
Sure.
Ali Almanchili.
I nominate Senator Caldwell and Senator Donovan.
Senator Caldwell, do you accept?
I decline.
Senator Donovan.
I decline.
Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, Pro Tem Foster.
Move to close nominations.
There's been a motion to close nominations. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's a motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Do withdrawal. D.L. McClellan.
I wish to have a minute speech, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
So a motion for 1-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're going to go in the order of those nominated. Senator Parmar, you'll have a minute starting now.
Yeah, so the reason for my nomination is I was listening to the ANSF budget hearings the whole time they were going on after last semester during winter break. I have also been learning about accounting stuff so that in case I do get the nomination for ANSF, I am able to perform properly. As I said before, during last elections, that I have experience in accounting for my father. For 3 years, I did his accounting books and his taxes. And with that, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Ready? Vice Chair Hurrell, 1 minute whenever you're ready.
I don't have anything prepared. I have been on CRT since I've been a senator, so that was what, March 30th, I believe. I've been sitting on CRT, so I kind of understand a lot of fiscal. I know ANSF is a little bit different. I did watch all of the budget hearings. I can't say that I fully understood them, but I am willing to learn anything. And I'm a pretty fast learner. I caught on to CRT stuff pretty quickly.
Vice Chair Borges, minute.
Hey guys, I was the CRT chair for 8 months. I was also the finance office vice chair and the activity and diversity budget committee, this committee's vice chair. I know everything I feel like I need to about the budget. Last year, I was at all 20 hours of budget hearings. This year, I could not go because of family emergency, but I wanted to be there in person. I did watch it though. Being on the committee, being CRT chair, I feel like I'm really comfortable in this position. I understand all of the entities that we fund. I'm a part of agencies that we fund. I've met with so many people about this budget and have helped even Chair Wanjin as I was her vice chair. So please vote for me. Yeah.
Senator McNutt.
I'm kind of new to Senate, so I don't know a ton about the budget, but I've heard plenty about it. I have a lot of open time, so I'm happy to dedicate my time and energy to it because I know it's a very stressful situation to a lot of our students, and I care deeply about helping them out. So I would be more than happy to help, but I might need a little hand holding.
Senator Bateja, 1 minute.
I would say I'm good at accounting. I would say I'm good at maths. And I have not seen any budget committee meetings, but I would be willing to learn and grow with it. And I think I will be a wonderful addition to the committee. Thank you.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. As a heads up, we have 5 minutes, and your question needs to be a question that there are five can answer. And obviously, with the nature of the time, please try to make it brief answers to those. So first, I'm going to go to Chair Holmes.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for running. I just had a quick question. What are 2 or 3 traits that you believe that would be beneficial that you bring to the table to the committee if you were to be elected?
Okay, so we're also going to go in order, and then you'll see it with the next. So Parmar first.
Yeah, some traits I have is my math skills. I have pretty good math skills, so I can do addition and subtraction, everything good. I'll make sure that all the numbers are lined up. I also like to question everything, so I do not like that I'm just giving $15,000 for repairment. I want to know what exactly the repair is, what the minor details are, and where exactly the money is going. So I would really like to inquire about every single detail so that we are able to provide proper money to all the students.
Vice Chair Hurrell?
Yeah, I'm a woman STEM, so I am pretty good at math. I had to take Calc 3. So I'm pretty good at math. I love to listen to my constituents and kind of echo the sentiments. I don't think there's any big thing that will affect all of UCF that I haven't talked to my constituents about. So communication is another big thing I like to strive for. And like I said before, I learn pretty easily. I catch on to stuff pretty well, and I think that would be beneficial.
Vice Chair Borges?
Yeah, so I've experienced in the committee directly last year and this year. I have knowledge of the budget and everything in it, working with even the activities service fee budget committee. Oh my God, wow, I can't speak today. Brenda Posey, the director of the business office, meeting with her, meeting with Shane, meeting the people that actually had to create this budget because of how different it was this year. And then of course, understanding the entire budget. I won't have a single learning curve. I know everything that's in there, every reason for it and why it's there. So,
Senator McNutt?
Like I said, I have a very open schedule this semester. I have a very open mind, and I own a T35 calculator, so that might help.
Senator Batheja?
I also own a TI 350 calculator. I am really good at maths, and I think I am willing to learn and grow and willing to question everything. So I think that will be something that will be helpful in the committee. Thank you.
Ayala Yalmachili?
So considering that among the UCF community, there is a lot of dissatisfaction about the budget and a lot of disinformation being spread around, how committed are you to combating the spread of disinformation and ensuring that students have accurate information about the state of the budget?
Vice Chair Hurrell?
Yeah, so I was kind of doing that over Christmas break. I had reached out. I know I've mentioned this a lot on the floor. I have a group chat with my college. I reached out to the college and asked them if they had any questions about the budget hearing, and if they did, to contact me. There was a couple of questions I had to ask Wanjan about for clarification, but open communication and make sure that at least for within my college, that people within my college aren't spreading fake news. It's kind of hard for me to communicate with other colleges since I live at Creole, but if I encounter someone, just kind of correct them in a respectful manner and kind of educate them on the situation.
Vice Chair Borges?
yeah, so similar to Harrell, I went out of my way during break and every day I feel like to educate my RSOs in particular, and then people I know, including responding on different forums, even like on Reddit, Snapchat groups, stuff like that, about the misinformation, educating them on, why the things are the way they are. And then of course, I'm willing to assist in speaking to reporters who can really get that full reach that we can't get just by speaking to individual people, because we don't have enough time before we have to approve the budget to do that.
Senator McNutt?
I really actually appreciate this question because this was the number one concern about the budget initially. I found out through the Snapchat group chat, so it was very stressful, especially going into break. So that's my number one priority is definitely educating the student population about what's really going on and what's really going to happen and the effects that it's going to have on the university.
Senator Batheja?
I'll be honest, I don't know anything about this misinformation about budget, but I'll be willing to learn. I don't know anything because I'm just new to the Senate, but I think when I get in and I ask questions and I raise some queries, I will be able to know something, and if something is wrong, I will be working to fix it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Senator Palmer?
Thank you for that great question, Ayala Yalmachili. My roommates also asked me about this, about the budget. Many of my international friends asked me about the issues about RWC Recognized Plaza, the free printing, and I was able to direct them to the right documents and explain to them every detail about why we had to do what we had to do. Since I had listened to the budget hearings, I was able to explain it. In order to clear any information in the future, I plan to work in contact with reporters from UCF who may be responsible for spreading of this information, but I also hope to make it as clear as possible. Excuse me, sorry.
Alrighty, questioning time has elapsed. We're now in debate, and I will preface in debate that I highly encourage everyone to focus on why you are supporting somebody and not why you are against somebody, because I will more than happily decorum people. With that, I'm going to go Chair Wanjin first.
I think everyone knows what I'm going to say. I would love to have someone who's been on the committee before and has been keeping track of everything that's been going on. My vote's for Borges because I don't know if I can teach anybody else in time.
Chair Rip.
I'm obviously going to be in favor of Harrell because she's literally been on CRT since forever, and she's a pretty active participant and member. So I think she would make a great addition to the committee.
Vice Chair Spalding.
I have a question to you, if I may.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we're voting, it's three people on the committee, right?
So we're voting for there's one empty seat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Senator Tusher.
Yeah, I think it should pretty obviously be Tyler. I think we all know that he has more passion for fiscal than anyone should have for anything. And, you know, I think the only reason it wouldn't be him is because of some incidents in the past. And I think he's been punished for that and therefore should be allowed to continue to explore his passions within Senate.
Vice Chair Trout.
I'll be voting in favor of Senator Herrera as well. I think she has been very dedicated and she has been learning very fast as well. And I feel like as Senate, we always look for that for people who are dedicated, who have the time and who have the courage to do it. So, yeah.
Senator Plas.
I will be voting on behalf of Harrell as well. I know firsthand how much time she dedicates to Senate, and I know she is very active already, and she would do a great job as the budget committee.
Chair Temple.
I will be voting in favor of Vice Chair Borges, not the least bit because he has probably the most amount of knowledge on fiscal, barring Chair Wanjin, but also because he had actually served on the Budget Committee before as her Vice Chair, and on behalf of him being the CRT Chair. When he says that he knows the budget in and out, he means it. Like, I have asked him questions about the budget before, and whenever Chair Wanjin was not present, it was always Borges that stood up and answered them with almost the same exact caliber and same exact detail that Chair Wanjin would have provided to me. And of course, all the candidates provided tonight are qualified for the Budget Committee, but Borges has that distinction of not only being present at this year's budget hearings and at the very least understanding of it and working alongside Chair Wanjin before, but he had also witnessed the last budget hearing, all 20 hours of it, and which took 3 days as opposed to 2 this session. So I would strongly encourage a vote of support for Vice Chair Borges because the Budget Committee really would appreciate that caliber of knowledge once more.
Teacher Patel.
I'm going to be voting for Senator Harrell. I've seen her consistently attend financial committee meetings since the beginning of Senate, and she always comes with a positive attitude. She comes in with a smile at every meeting, willing to help, even though it's not specifically her job to. So I think she'd be the best addition to this committee.
Senator Caldwell.
Yeah, I figure some of y'all will probably expect this. I talk a lot about leadership development when we're selecting leaders, but for once, I think this is not the time for leadership development. If it were, I would absolutely be backing McNutt, who I think is really up and coming in Senate. Sorry, did I mispronounce that? Okay. Anyway, I think Borges is the natural choice here simply because we're filling a seat. It's not the start. Harrell, I think you're supremely qualified. Just maybe next time Borges clearly is able to plug right in and go. And I don't think we should let anything in the past weigh in other than the fact that he's ready and can do it now. He could do it tomorrow. He could do it right after if we needed him to.
Almanar.
I will be voting for Senator McNutt. Yes.
Pro Tem Foster.
I'll be voting for Vice Chair Harrell. I think the best trait anybody can have is availability. She's consistent. She's always there. She's been on CRT since March, and I would love to see her in this position.
Ailey Almachili.
I'm going to be supporting Senator Borges because he has shown the most experience and passion with regards to fiscal policy. He has been a member of the committee before. Even when he was not a member of the committee, he has assisted Chair Wanjan with dealing with the ANSF budget. So he has gone above and beyond. He has put in the work and shown commitment, and I really admire that. And I think he is fit to be back on the ANSF budget committee, and there's no one better in Senate. So I'm going to be voting for Senator Borges, and I encourage my fellow senators to do the same.
Chair Holmes, briefly.
May I ask a clarification question to Brody before I debate?
You may.
Is it conflict of interest if I do debate since I am on the committee? No? Okay. All right. So although I do believe that experience is very beneficial to this position, I also do believe that it is extremely easy to catch on to being on the committee. This was the first time I had been on the committee. It was really easy to catch on. I mean, we finished in 2 days. It was a very amazing experience. And I do believe that Vice Chair Harrell, not only has she watched the videos, but she has been communicating to her constituents regarding this ordeal. So I will be voting in favor of Vice Chair Harrell, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Alrighty. Debate time has elapsed. We're now voting procedures. Brody, if you just want to explain it briefly.
So I believe it should give you options for 1 through 5. 1 through 5 are on the screen. Press the number associated with who you want. Give me a minute and I will figure that out.
Senator Toshe.
Motion to do Foster's fit check.
I thought that was a point of information. It's voting procedure. No, but on a serious note, there's no talking during voting procedure.
Okay, so I'm gonna run it again. The reason it lets you vote again is because it's based on it's set to last key preference. Yeah, well, we didn't know that. You're not helpful. So if you press again, it will delete your previous vote and it will count that one. So it's just whatever you press last is what will be counted. So just do it right the first time and then don't touch it.
Vote count of 0 to 15 to 13 to 3 to 1. Brody, nobody made a majority, right? So it'll be top 2? Or how does, oh no, we just keep voting.
Yep.
Okay. Senator Toshe.
Are people allowed to withdraw themselves from this after the first vote?
At any point in time, a nominee can withdraw their name from consideration. Senator Ringnat.
I appreciate the nomination, but I will withdraw.
Senator Bateja.
I would like to withdraw.
Palmer.
I withdraw.
Ready.
I'm sorry. So just to be clear, did 3 people withdrew?
Yes, it's just
Okay.
4.
Yeah.
Hurel, she withdrew the her. Did you withdraw? I'm sorry.
Okay, what? Pro Tem Foster.
Brody, can you clarify who the 1 and 2 is? 'Cause I think a lot of people are confused.
Brody, can we just redo that?
Yeah, so that's a fair point because before 2 was Harrell, and then with Palmer out, they moved up. So yes, we'll just start the voting over again, and I'll make sure it's up on the screen. So when I hit start, don't touch anything until it's back up on the screen.
Alrighty, with a vote of 19 to 14, that works. Okay. Okay, couldn't tell. Vice Chair Harrell is elected to the ANSF Budget Committee. Alrighty, in the interest of time, I encourage y'all to read the Senate Forum as well as the advisor's report. But with that, other miscellaneous business resignations, I hereby resign Senator McNutt from LJR. And then appointments, I hereby appoint Senator McNutt to SBA, as well as appoint Senator McNutt to the Disability Caucus. Something tells me Allo wants us to go back to advisor's report. Is there a motion to go back to advisor's report? We're now in advisor's report. Brody? Nothing? Netta?
Great work, everyone.
Allo?
Hi, selfishly, usually I don't have very much to say, so this is a one-time thing. First of all, please email me when there are leadership changes, or else it's always going to be wrong on the website. Speaking of the website, I'm trying to fix it. There is a lot of stuff happening with it right now, but I have all of the correct stuff written down, and we're just trying to get it to the right people right now, so that should be updated soon. I have not been getting minutes from most of the caucuses, so please send those to me. I know some of you haven't been meeting, so if that's the case, don't send them to me. We dealt with some legislation that talked about specifically Indigenous, like the land acknowledgement. So I linked some resources below based off of what Costas said in his speech. It was Costas, right? Yeah. Cool. Just, it's late. So first of all, there's the Indigenous land map. So you can see whose land we're occupying. I also linked resources to the 3 tribes that are mentioned on that map. So some of them are websites for that the tribes have themselves. Some of them are just historical resources that I could find. If you're interested in taking a literature class that is cultural or diversity based at UCF, you don't have to be an English or technical writing major or creative writing major to take them, and they can fill electives. There are a lot of really good ones. I linked all of the literature classes there, but specifically there are some really cool Native American literature. There's like a Native American contemporary poetry class that's really cool. The magical realism class covers a lot of Hispanic and Latinx writing and talks about history. And I just took a woman of color literature class that was phenomenal. So 10 out of 10 would recommend. I also linked to library resources for diversity and education, the ethnicity and racial resources, and the multicultural resources. And if you are not a reader, but you still want resources to give to your constituents, the UCF Multicultural Resources also has a variety of places you can go to educate yourself. Okay, that's all.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for any of the advisors? Seeing none, is there a motion to? Oh wait, no, we're in miscellaneous business. Alrighty, miscellaneous business. Foster's fit check.
Foster's fit check. All right. Honorable mention. We're gonna go with Speaker Hall, switching it up with the nice striped shirt today.
If I just briefly can, I just want Chair Campbell to explain what he told me that I look like so that everyone's aware.
All right, hold on. All right, I'm trying to remember it because my memory is absolutely terrible. Didn't I say you looked like? Didn't I say you came? Didn't I say you looked like you just came out of a Boy Scouts leadership meeting?
I wore this to my internship. No, I feel attacked, but yeah.
Thank you. You can't see the full outfit, and I don't think I've ever given this person the fit check. But number 3, we got Mr. Evan Caldwell. This next person is not a senator, but I peeped the blazer all the way in the back. I gotta give it to Aloe. All right, number 1. I think I gotta give it to Miss Sierra Holmes.
Chair Temple.
I believe D-Leg McClellan has something.
D-Leg McClellan.
Motion to postpone resolution 5427. I don't want it in unfinished business.
There's been a motion to postpone resolution 5427. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Chair Temple.
Thank you. Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none. All right, Chair, you're right.
Trainer,
Here.
Tribble,
Here.
Moda,
Here.
Kira,
Here.
Nimbargi,
Here.
Donovan,
Here.
McClellan,
Present.
Millington,
Present.
Temple,
Present.
Capozzi, Caldwell,
Present.
Spalding,
Present.
Castillo,
Present.
Parmar,
Present.
Cantrell, Perry,
Present.
Shella, Butler,
Present.
Batasia,
Present.
Simcoe,
Present.
Wanjin,
Present.
Campbell, Domino, Foster,
Here.
McNutt,
Present.
Yalamanchili,
Present.
DeMarla, Patel,
Here.
Uchoa,
Here.
Harrell,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Berrickman, Almanar,
Present.
Castellan,
Ray. Present.
Hall,
Here.
Holmes,
Present.
Gladys,
Present.
Costas,
Here.
Duke,
Here.
Saucedo, Tache,
Here.
37 out of 42, quorum is verified.
Hereby adjourn this meeting, 11:53 p.m.